Okay, everybody, welcome back to the Land of Sundered Crowns. This is going to be the first episode that we upload. I would like to thank everybody who has published copyright-free music that they have allowed us to use. Unwind Station, Jota-R, and Dragonorb are three of the artists that we sampled from YouTube, as well as the fantastic Skyrim soundtrack. So, if the party members would like to go ahead and introduce themselves in the order that I see them on my screen, let's start with you, Calcifer.
Starting with the best, I see how it is. So Calcifer is a half elf, third level aberrant mind sorcerer, and I'm trying to find his description, which I wrote somewhere in my character sheet. Okay. So if you look at Calcifer, you will notice a tall, slender man, very androgynous, with strawberry blonde locks that cascade all around him in a purposeful, messy, I woke up like this look. He tends to dress in expensive silks that are airy and diaphanous. Um, he has well manicured eyebrows that are thick and they sort of frame lilac eyes that always glint with a hint of amusement. His lips are always smiling, curled with mischief, and he tends to give the impression that he knows a secret that you don't. He's tall, he's elegant, his movements are always purposeful, and he's the equivalent of a crane gliding through the shallows looking for fish to prey upon. Um, he is a dangerous and elegant predator. That is Calcifer.
Okay, excellent intro. Up next, Lorian.
Alright. Lorium is a 6'5" tiefling with light red skin, purple tipped black hair swept back wildly, a purple eye with the other covered with a bandana, and a vicious looking pair of horns pointed forward almost like a minotaur's. Sporting a kite shield with the emblem of an emblazoned sword, and a red grisly looking longsword with a small manticore head pommel. He carries himself in a very straight back, sort of dignified manner, while also seemingly aloof and uncaring.
Okay, fantastic. Next up, Lorian. Or, not sorry, Midnight Breeze. We just did Lorian.
Hello. One second. Midnight Breeze, known to most people as Nyx. Nyx is a squire to the House of Murdoch. He's an average black tabaxi with bright blue eyes and white tufts on his chest and white patches that make him look like he's wearing gloves and boots. He's more at home in the shadows and in the wilderness than the bright city lights, so he provides the role of rogue for our lovely little party. His jovial disposition belies the eyes of a predator. Cross him or his sister? Well now, that's just 7 years of bad luck.
Fantastic. And next up, the aforementioned sister, Naira.
Naira, who is a ward of House Murdoch, is actually quite small for a tabaxi. She's 5'5" to the top of her orange tabby ears. But the most noticeable thing about her are her eyes, one sapphire blue and the other emerald green, framed by large circular glasses. She's a bard who had a rougher childhood with her brother. People often underestimate Naira due to her naive disposition, but she is quicker than she seems, with both wit and blade.
Okay, and after Naira, last but not least, we have Uther.
Uther is dressed all in a black armor, although it would blend in more with a dinner party than out on a battlefield. Dark hair, although you see the pepper coming in with his long half-elf ears and purple eyes. You would guess he's somewhere in his Middle Ages. But with his magics, he seems to enjoy talking with people. So, being so far from home, just trying to learn what's going on in this strange land.
Okay, and that is our group, wandering now the lands of the Sundered Crowns, as this portion of the Harashan coast is known. On the last couple of episodes, the group came together, leaving the small town of Campon for the even smaller settlement of Aldwell, the closest outpost of civilization to a rumored ancient manor and fief that has since been lost, and the records of which were destroyed in a fall of the Empire some 70 years previous. Now on their road to Aldwell, having defeated not one but two ambushes by a group of bandits, the group has waved goodbye to their civilian counterparts, wishing them well on the remainder of the road to Aldwell, and have decided to go and attempt to, if I may switch here, activate, go and confront the any remaining bandits in their lair several hours north of the road, the location of which was persuaded out of a captive from their first encounter with this group, who was unfortunate enough to get captured and, shall we say, questioned by several members of the party. Now, having rested through the night and survived an ambush that culminated in the death of the apparent leader of this group, a man by the name of Alfor, the group has awoken to a brand new day, well rested and healed from their exertions. Guys, take it away.
I guess we're all feeling a little bit nervous.
Nah, I gotcha. All right. So we're heading out or what?
I think that would be best, yes.
Off to the little bandit cave, camp, whatever the fuck.
Now,
I
have
think-
we all made...
Well,
I'm
you
sorry.
still got the map, don't you? I mean, it shouldn't be
I
too
do.
difficult.
I think I can find us a way to get there. I mean, obviously, we've moved on since where I drew up the map, so I can't guarantee it's gonna be perfect or that I'll be able to. But I will do my best. I promise.
Nyx will put his paw on Naira's shoulder and just say, "You got this, dreamer."
She will pat you on the hand and sort of finish putting on her gloves and say, "Okay, well, have we all made sure that we've cleaned up the area? We don't want to leave it better than when we found it, obviously."
Calcifer will begin to clean up after himself and approach Naira and say, "My dear, you ought to try and have a little bit more confidence. The fact that you got us here is proof enough that you've got what it takes and a little more."
Oh, you're always so sweet, Calcifer. Thank you so much.
I only state the obvious.
Right. So I'm ready to go. If anybody else need to do anything before we leave, or should we just gather the horses?
Lariam's just kicking out the embers of the fire pit. Nope. I'm right to go.
Calcifer will go to his horse and sit side saddled and wait for the rest of the party to be ready.
I will pull my horse up next to Calcifer. Are we going north or south from here?
You are going north. Let me pull up the map again and bring you guys over.
Okay, so we
So
should.
the party is currently here, and you would estimate based on, the kind of your dead reckoning from your travel and the map that Conlon assisted you with, that yeah, you would need to head kind of northwest.
All right. Can you switch us back into camp then? So.
Okay, so you guys are all just up and on the move?
I would wave over Calcifer while everybody else was getting ready. I have a question to ask him that I'd rather not.
Okay.
Can I help you, Naira?
Yeah, actually, I was kind of wondering about something. That was kind of scary. What happened with Conlon yesterday?
Yes. I assume that anybody would find being assailed by thugs on the road quite traumatic.
Oh, actually, no, that's not what I'm talking about. I mean, after that, when we had captured him, and he was tied to a horse.
Yes. He
Do
pauses
you
and smiles.
do you remember what I'm talking about? Where he suddenly started sort of screaming at you, but
Yes,
almost
very
like
impolite.
it. I mean, I agree. That was impolite.
Yes, to scream at someone like that.
Right. He just seems so scared. Like, of you in particular?
I honestly can't imagine why.
I am gonna insight check that.
Okay, Calcifer, make a deception check then.
Certainly.
Oh my god, I still don't know.
Fantastic.
Awesome. So I believe you 100%.
Yep.
Well, that is just so odd, Calcifer. I can't believe he would just... He didn't seem mad, but I guess you can't always tell.
I agree. Perhaps the young man was disturbed. I can't imagine what a life on the road, a life of such savagery out there in the woods, assailing the innocent and picking at them like vultures and vermin would have on someone's psyche.
You know, you make a really good point, Calcifer, and she sort of adjusts her gloves and the collar on her clothes and armor and things like that. It's just sort of making herself a little bit more presentable. It's not always nice to know that we have somewhere more civilized to go to.
Indeed. And thank you for concerning yourselves with me. It's nice.
Well, of course. You're a companion.
He smiles and says, maybe even a friend?
Well, of course, Calcifer. I wouldn't have invited you along if you weren't a friend of mine.
He'll smile. Now, why don't you lead us to this bandit camp so we may deal with it? It's unwise to leave rabid dogs roaming in your backyard.
I'm good at drawing the maps, but I'm not so great at actually seeing it in real life. I'd probably get us lost. But I think Nyx would probably be able to help. Nyx, can you come over?
Nyx will just pop his head up from what he's doing. Yes.
If we're ready to get on our way, I can give you the map and you can get us there.
That works for me. While they've been talking, can I get Larium's help to build I want to build a sled is the only word that comes to mind, but that doesn't. I don't think that's what I want. Like, I want to build like a makeshift thing with branches that we can put the bodies on and drag them away from here a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, sled is, I suppose, appropriate for that. Just kind of, but yeah, I understand what you mean. Nothing too kind of ornate, just a crude little platform that you can use to transport them without too much difficulty. Yeah, I mean, that wouldn't be particularly challenging. What's your survival check?
Are you asking me to help you with the survival?
Oh, no, just Lorium or you, just to kind of get an idea of how easy it is for you to like find all the materials you need and lash this thing together.
I would watch them doing it, and I'd be like, I've got rope, and they've got ankles. You want me to drag them somewhere?
Well, I mean, I just think since this is a spot where lots of people traffic through, it might be a good idea to bring the bodies further away so we don't attract wolves to this area.
Lorium is just fiddling with his horse. He's like, "Come on, sunshine, here, girl." And he leads her over. You know, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, I mean, you are definitely able to look around and see the like the makings of what you have in your mind with that roll. It would be very, very easy for you to gather. You know, there's a lot of undergrowth and the associated dead wood and things like that. This isn't a kept area by any stretch of the imagination. So with that roll, it would be very easy for you to find the makings of this. But do you kind of proceed with that, given that Lorium's offered to do a more sort of primitive method?
Wait, I misunderstood what Lorium was saying. Repeat that again. What is he?
I didn't offer yet, but he would say it wouldn't be the first time Sunshine's dragged some bodies across the dirt. If you want.
I mean, I don't think they're gonna mind how they're transported.
He'll shrug. Good to me.
And then, just on our journey, at some point, I want to not cut them loose, we'll save the rope, but I want to leave them kind of, if I can determine if this is a normal, like, hunting area for wolves, I would like to leave them there.
Better say my.
Yeah, I mean, with that roll, again, you can very easily tell that this is the kind of area that would be frequented by wolves. So, I mean, basically, there isn't a particular place you could leave them where they would be more likely to be found by wolves. Pretty much wherever you leave them out here, eventually some wolves and foxes and all kinds of things are going to find them and make a meal of them. To move them on from here would mean that the wolves weren't attracted to this specific spot and come to know it as a place to get food. So yes, it would definitely be a favor to those coming after you to drag them maybe a mile or so away from the road.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, circle of life.
And then he'll hop up onto his horse and say, "All right, horse, let's go."
Okay. Oh, by the way, does everyone remember? Did everyone have a chance to write down the loot and everything that you found after the last fight, like the fine cloak, the dagger, the ornate saber, and things like that?
I think I put them in chat. I don't know that I wrote them down anywhere else, but I can go back through chat and find them.
Well,
Remember you did type them in chat, yeah.
I've also obviously got. Okay, yeah, here we go. 3 times scimitars, nice die. Okay, cool. Is anybody in particular carrying those things?
Nyx will have the dagger and the ring of keys.
Okay.
If nobody else wants it, I would probably. You said it's a nice cloak. How nice?
You've definitely seen nicer. You've hung around noble houses and things like that. But it is, for a commoner, it would be a very nice one. It's definitely kind of weatherproof, probably quite warm. It's not got very fancy embroidery or anything like that, but there's a nice little bit of fringing around the edge, and it's stout, sturdy, good quality cloth.
Then I'd probably ask if anybody else was interested in this.
I'm kind of fond of the cloak I'm wearing, so feel free.
It ain't really
Uther?
my color.
If you want it, go for it.
Yeah.
Measures.
Oh,
I mean, it is quite nice. There is some simple kind of threading and stuff like that, like a nice pattern along the hem, and some basic kind of designs woven into it around the edges and things. So it is, it is a nice piece of cloth.
and did we? I think we also already split up the gold. Did we?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was tossed some, so I assume.
Yep, we did.
Okay, and I will also present it to you, Calcifer, because that is just who I am. Are you? Does this interest you?
I appreciate the effort. No, he would say, I appreciate the offering, but it's just not my color.
Oh, wonderful. Well, I'll go ahead and wear this then.
Okay. It's a little bit voluminous on your very short, slight frame, but yes, it is a very fine, very warm cloak. And on the day has dawned. It's a very nice morning. The air is very fresh, quite warm. So you actually do have to kind of ride with it open. It would be quite warm if you closed it all the way, but okay, you don the cloak.
Wonderful.
And does anyone else want to do anything before you mount up?
Not that I can think of right now.
Okay.
Tying up the bodies.
So you tie the bodies of the 3 bandits, or Aldvor and the 2 of his compatriots that you killed, to the rear pommel of Sunshine, as she is known, Lorium's stout warhorse, and begin your journey north. And then let's move you guys over to the area map.
We will trot 100 miles and
As we progress, I would like to address Naira and say, the other night, I believe you were saying something about this little quest of ours.
Mhm.
Lord Murdoch's estate, his little thief. There was a mistake, and you figured it out.
Oh, yes.
Would you care to tell me about it? I'm quite curious.
Oh, sure. It's it's probably very boring, though. Most people wouldn't be interested. But are you sure?
You have a gift for educating. You taught me about the flowers in the area. No, wait, you taught me about the history of the area. So I'm more than willing to listen to another one of your, I suppose, lectures.
Oh, well, I don't think it's going to be much of a lecture. Basically, I knew from the time that I spent doing the correspondence for Lord Murdoch that he has been looking for this five for just a little while now, and he had some experts on it, and bless them, they've done an excellent job. But they overlooked an.
You see that
Go ahead.
Calcifer looks at you, and he, like, with his mouth a little bit agape, and he says, Naira, you read his correspondence.
Of course, I would read it to him.
Oh. I thought you just took a peek.
Oh, no, I would never. No. He had me read it to him. He said that he liked my voice. And I would also do the calligraphy for his messages out.
Calcifer will ponder this. And he'll say, you seem to
Do
be
you
quite... Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead.
No, he'll say, you seem to be quite valuable to Lord Murdoch. I wonder what he would do without you.
Oh, well, he's without me all the time. I spend most of my time at school, so I'm sure he gets along just fine. It's just when I do have time to return to the estate, I do like to feel useful.
You're such a hard worker, Naira.
Oh, well, yes, there are 24 usable hours in a day, so...
I'll smile at that, and Say, oh, do pardon me, I did interrupt you. You were saying.
Was I, what was I saying?
There was an error.
Oh, yes, yes. So in the correspondence, I noticed that they had a reference to a specific location that they referred to as Mormont, and of course, which I'm sure you all know, whoever can hear me, uh, normally would translate to in the shadow of the mountains, since Old Empire word for shadow is more. I'm sure everybody knows that. But I'm actually fairly certain that it doesn't mean in the shadow of the mountain at all, because I found references to Mormont pre-empirical times. So in the old culture time before the empire, I found that that actually meant south. The word more meant south. So I believe that they're actually searching too far north, up in the shadowy region, on the east side of the mountain range, and I don't think that's the right place. I think it's going to be at the southern end.
That's very valuable knowledge you found. You keep selling yourself short, Lyra.
Well, not about this. Obviously, I pitched this to the school as my thesis. I thought I'm fairly certain I will be able to find some pretty significant historical value here. So, and they must agree because they sent me. So,
And I must thank you for bringing me along. It's quite the honor to be in such a grand adventure.
well, I'm so glad you decided to join me, because I honestly I can see why most people would just think this was dull.
Not at all. A life on the road, attacked by bandits, discovering, well, long forgotten sites with historical importance. That's a once in a lifetime event, isn't it?
Sure, although I have to admit, I don't think I was quite anticipating so many bandits. And of course, there is the stipend. I've told you about the stipend, right?
Remind me. You know how my memory is.
Oh, you know that if we do discover this and I'm able to publish my thesis, I will be given a finder's fee. So everyone who helps me will get a portion of that.
Oh, not only are we getting money for it, coin, I should say, but we also get an adventure and a tale. That's fantastic. Could not be happier to have come along.
Lauren
And she just
will
beams
pipe
at
up
you.
to that. Lauren will pipe up to that, be like, "You guys don't get out much, do you?"
Oh, well, I mean, I was often given leave to go into the city when I was at school, but I mean, those were only really day trips, sometimes the weekend.
Well, I kind of meant like out of the cities, wilderness, bandits.
Oh no, yeah, this is really my first time getting out into the actual wilderness.
I too find the lack of amenities to be unappealing.
He points to the trees again, as we're trotting along.
You see the little smirk that Calcifer always has, just like it withers away.
Don't worry, you'll get used to it.
I do not intend to.
Oh,
So, I'm getting paid for tagging along with you folk.
oh yes, I'm so sorry. I probably should have extended a proper invitation, but especially since we still haven't seen any evidence of that beastie, it would be really exceptional if you could come along. How many people are here? There are 5 of us, right? So that would mean everybody would be entitled to 100 gold a pop.
I think Sunshine's entitled to a share as well.
Well, then everybody's entitled to 50 a pop, because all our horses are entitled to a share.
He'll give a lazy grin to that. Speaking of the beastie, what is y'all's plan when we find these bandits?
Plan?
I'm sorry, what?
I said plan?
Yeah, plan. You just gonna go in, like, swords blazing, or what?
And I will look nervously at Nyx.
Oh, not swords blazing. That would be stupid. But we'll
I don't
probably
have that enchantment.
we'll probably just scout it out a bit. I mean, without their boss returning, I'm pretty sure they're gonna be shaking in their boots a little bit, so to speak.
Yeah, they lost their head, so I don't anticipate too much resistance. I'd like to keep at least one alive if we can.
I mean, yes, we can.
Well, yeah. You said that, Larim, you came to these parts looking for some beasties yourself, right?
Just one.
Well, maybe these bandits know about it.
That's the plan. As he looks to Naira.
Ah, see, now we have a plan.
There you go, you're learning. As he just continues trotting along.
I will pull my horse up next to Uther, by the way. And I will say, are you interested in joining us for the long term? As I said, you will be compensated as generously as I can provide. And if it sways your mind at all, the place is full of history. I could tell you all about it.
Well, actually, do tell me all about it. I mean, money's good. You do need to eat. But I have other things I'm more interested in. But history's one of them. As I would just kind of give you that, like, hand gesture of please. As I would just lightly strum on the lute, not to play out, but more just hearing my own music for a moment.
You're very talented with that. You're really interested, aren't you?
Yeah, aren't people normally? I mean, when they talk to
No,
you.
not at all. Most people's eyes just glaze right over. I don't think they think I notice.
Well, they're certainly missing out. Some people just aren't very perceptive.
You know that might be it. Yeah. I'll be happy to tell you all about it as we go. Her whiskers twitch a little bit, and she sort of takes her horse and goes a little bit ahead.
Okay. Does anyone want to say anything else or do anything else before we continue with the journey?
Nope.
Nyx is just riding at the front, looking to see if there are any plants he's never seen before.
And you have my map.
Oh, right, and the map.
So I assume that Nyx or Midnight then is leading the kind of the finding direction kind of initiative.
100%.
Okay. Then roll me another survival check with advantage because you are using the map.
Yay, Lorian doesn't have to do shit. He's just chilling in the back.
Well done avoiding the natural one there. Good thing that you had. So, as you travel, you find, based on the description that Conlon gave you, you were on the lookout for a dried riverbed. And you do indeed find one that is winding its way north. as you travel. However, with the map and some of the other references that were marked upon it, you're very quickly able to deduce that this is, in fact, this riverbed is traveling in entirely the wrong direction. And then you break off from it, travel a little further overland, and then come upon what you believe to be the true route, which is indeed a smaller creek bed that still has a little trickle of water in the bottom of it, but has mostly dried up now that the summer melts from the mountains are over. Or the spring melts, I should say. It is kind of getting towards late spring, early summer as you travel. And after 3 or 4 hours, as you travel as well, give me a perception check for plant life and the like.
Let me ask you a world question.
Mm-hmm.
Enchantments like hideous laughter,
Mm-hmm.
suggestion, detect thoughts. These are taboo.
Suggestion kind of actually yes, suggestion definitely, thinking about it, but yes, yeah, in general, enchantment spells, anything that would be considered mind affecting, has a very heavy taboo, and any use of it, especially against an authority figure or like a town guard or anything like that, is generally kind of, it's considered as if you had drawn a sword and punched accordingly.
Okay.
And not only drawn a sword, but actually kind of attacked with a weapon. It's like it's considered an attempt to subvert the authority of the crown through violence.
So it's not like it's anathema. You're not gonna like be taken to jail for using the spell.
No, you'll generally be murdered.
Oh, okay. I see.
So,
I'm not talking
no
about
jail.
towards an official. I'm just saying like
I mean,
for example.
if you use it, for example, on a person on the street, yes. Like if a town guard or somebody in authority saw this and knew what they were looking at, yeah, you would almost universally be considered a bad criminal. Like a not necessarily kind of on the same level as murder, but certainly on the same level as like assault or theft or something like
Okay.
that.
Hypothetical here. Let's say we get attacked by bandits while traveling the road, and I use suggestion on a bandit, and my companions notice. How bad is this?
That is entirely up to the companions. Like you all, well, actually, potentially not all of you, but certainly any locals to the Harashan coast would know of this kind of cultural taboo. And in fact, I mean, pretty much anybody that hadn't specifically studied magic would pretty much be unaware of the existence of these as magical spells. Because of the cultural taboo against them, but because a lot of that is generated by the magical circles themselves, which are highly intertwined with the local nobility, and nobles are generally resistant to the idea of their minds being messed with, and so that is where a lot of the taboo it comes from.
Should I be worried about the 3 NPCs that saw me cast suggestion on poor what's-his-face?
They were hanging all the way back, so you
Okay,
would
we're good.
assume that they didn't have too much of an idea of what had just happened.
Yeah.
You just gave them an actual like word suggestion, not a spell suggestion, and they followed it. That's all that happened.
Okay.
They were like, man, is that guy charismatic?
Yeah.
I'd imagine we get a little bit of squish room when people are trying to kill us, like bandits.
Yeah, I would hope so. But must be careful.
Again, like that would it would depend on the authority figure and the context in which it was seen. Simply the knowledge that you would certainly know, Calcifer, that simply the knowledge that you possess this power would be enough to trigger distrust in many people who understood how these things worked.
I could be persecuted as a witch or something.
Essentially, yes.
Okay. Got it.
But
Continue.
again, the existence of these effects isn't what you would call common knowledge. So, in all likelihood, the 3 people, like, if the 3 of them had been carefully watching what had happened, they'd have had no fucking idea what had just gone down.
Yeah, so you're fine for now.
For now. But yes, like you would definitely know to be careful who you use these powers in front of and who you use them on. But anyway, okay. So perception of 14.
Sorry, I went to get tea.
No worries. So, as you travel, this is not what you'd call off the beaten track in terms of the undergrowth and things that you find. It's all very common, like heathers and scrubs and general kind of shrub plants. There's a lot of copses of trees, but again, nothing too special there. You do know that deeper inside the Dorvashi woods, you do tend to find like there's tales of all sorts of weird and wonderful plants and trees and things like that could grow there. But here it all seems fairly straightforward. You don't see anything too noteworthy as you travel.
He'll just he'll sigh a little bit and like glance at the pages that he's earmarked for things that could potentially be in the Dorvashi
You're
wood.
using your guide?
Not particularly there.
Okay.
I will say, not this time. I think he just he was just hoping to notice it on his own.
Oh, actually, that should have been a knowledge nature, not a perception. Thinking about it, so would knowledge nature have increased the roll at all?
It would have made it a 12.
Fair enough then. So yeah, no, you don't find anything too out of the ordinary.
As we travel, I would like to walk.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, please.
I just want to get close to Nyx.
Oh, good. I was actually about to call you over.
Okay, well,
In fact-
before we get to that, in fact,
I would
Oh.
just like to roll a knowledge nature as well, because I would also be looking out for anything I thought Nyx would like.
trees, flowers, ferns.
Nyx loves all those things. Look, Nyx, plants.
Look, Nyx, there's grass.
Nyx, Calcifer, you guys were up.
Nyx is actually gonna like look back towards Calcifer and go, "Hey, Callie, can you come up here for a bit?"
He doesn't. You say this, and it doesn't register, and then like he gives you like a cocked eyebrow, and he's like, "My word, I would never." And he'll march his horse up to you.
I've actually been meaning to ask you since we started on this, and you were showing them cool little tea party tricks. I don't know, other than with Naira and her type of magic, which seems to be all based in like instruments and speaking. Yours just seems a little different.
Thank you for noticing. I do have many talents, and unlike Naira, mine are not as refined. They're more intuitive. A manifestation of will.
Oh. I'm sorry. And he'll look like a little like a kid, like a student who doesn't know what he's asking, kind of. You know, for me, the way I was trained to help with security as a squire, like if something's coming at me like a sword or a knife or anything like that, I know how to deal with that, and I can deal with it well. But like, I don't know, the thought of just shit flying through the air and just like freezing you or burning you, that's a little out of my depth.
I was a little bit out of my depth when I first stumbled on my powers. Like I said, they're mostly intuitive. I wasn't classically trained like Naira, or a wizard. I was surprised by the development of my abilities, and Eventually, I just became used to it, refined it. Just like your tail, for example. How awkward would you imagine me sprouting one and walking about? I'd probably trip over it or get it caught indoors. Does that often happen to you?
Only once. And then after that, it's kind of like a learning curve.
Precisely. I too have been burned by my own expressions of power, and eventually I got used to them. As for it flying around, I like to think of myself as a good shot. He smiles at you.
Nyx will smirk at that. Uh, no, I was just the way I was trained. I know how to look for danger and how to plan for certain things like that. And magic's just not something that I have a good sense of. I don't think that I'm gonna have like an aptitude for it or anything, but do you think you could just tell me about it? Just what it does and how to like look for it. Like can you tell when somebody's about to like cast something?
Sometimes, depending on the spell. For the most part, spells require intent to be spoken out into the world, for one to bend the weave, and for it to take effect. Sometimes, components must be provided, fuel for the magic, uh, like an offering that is consumed. Sometimes this can be circumvented if you have a special artifact, a catalyst for casting. And he'll take out his wand and show it to you.
Nyx is intent on your wand and everything that you're saying. I think you probably know the way minds work well enough to you can see his gears turning and like he's processing and running through variables in his head.
He, Calcifer will continue and say, for Naira, her catalyst, I imagine, is like for most bonds, whatever the muse gifted her ability with. For me, it's this little wand. I use it to focus my power. For you, it's your dagger. Granted, you're not a spellcaster per se, but it is a tool that enables you to be autonomous in the world. Now, I do hope you're not thinking of anything devious and leave me unarmed and unable to defend myself.
Oh, no, I wouldn't dream of anything like that.
He gives you a wink, he's flirting.
Oh. Hold on. Let me reconsider how I...
Yeah. And he'll add, also, I'll have you know that it's rude to touch another man's wand without asking first.
Calcifer... I mean, damn it. Nyx will look you up and down, and I think he'll just say, I get the feeling that even without your wand, you're never truly unarmed.
He gives you a coy smile and says, oh, you have no idea.
He's got two of them. You just hear him speak up in the back.
I'm sorry, did I miss something?
Oliver would just look away, and in a hushed voice, not looking at Nyx, he'll say, now, you did mention Squire training and that you were prepared to look for danger. This bandit camp that we're headed into, do you have perhaps a plan?
I have the inkling of one. When we get close, I'm gonna have a stop. And I'd like to skitter on ahead and just kind of scout things out a bit. I mean, if it doesn't look like anyone's there, we should be able to waltz right in. If not, I find that having as much information as possible is to our benefit. Wouldn't you agree?
And most
Quick question.
definite- Yes.
Can Naira hear this conversation? Because if so, she has actually raised her hand like she's in class.
The two of
We're
them.
trying to be quiet.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, give me a perception check, Naira. And I mean, do you guys just want to say that you were trying to be quiet, or do you actually want to roll stealth? Because otherwise, I'll set a DC, or you can roll stealth.
I'm fine with you rolling a DC. I'm purposely trying to be quiet because I'm being nefarious right now.
Nix will roll stealth though.
Okay.
Of course he will.
Good. Grief.
Oh my god.
Not bad!
It's
Oh my
okay.
God.
He's a rogue.
I don't know, you guys.
Hey!
Yes,
Oh.
Naira, your horse is lagging a little bit behind and off to the side, but your ears are kind of perked to the wind. You are able to make out not every word, but certainly the vast majority of what is being exchanged.
Specifically, what would have gotten a reaction from me is when he said if there are bandits there, her hand would have shot up like she was in class.
As soon as her hand shoots up, Calcifer will notice like the little hairs on the back of Nix's neck like stand up, and he just like, yes, Naira.
There are definitely going to be some people there. Just it's simple math.
That's why I plan on scouting ahead a little bit and just checking it out. I just want us to be prepared. I know there are going to be people there, but it's a matter. Is it just like one or two, or is it like a whole?
Oh, well, hold on. Let me
Family.
do some calculations. So let's see. We were told by Conlon that there were about a dozen people there, right? And that was after we killed the people at the ambush. So what we're probably facing, because I think we only killed 3 people at the campsite, isn't that right?
Got away, yeah.
All right, so it sounds like we're facing about 9 people. But I mean, obviously, he said about a dozen, so that number's going to be off by 1 or 2.
We'll turn to Nix and say, undoubtedly I lack your gift for discretion. And he looks up and down at his foppish manner of dressing. But if you do require my assistance, I'd be glad to let you lead. I'll follow, and I'll lend you my magical prowess. He points towards his wand, and then he puts it away.
Good to know.
Lorium
And-
will also pipe up at that and just say, if you're gonna scout ahead, depending on the location, bandits and thugs usually have a back door. If you notice one of those, just let me know.
Oh, don't worry. I know all about the back door.
I knew it was coming. And still, it still hurt.
In the gutter.
In fact, right now, like all of y'all take some psychic damage because Nix looks like that dog meme. His mouth is just open, like eh.
Actually, earlier you said something about being a squire. Could I insight check that real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, roll.
Boy. 13.
Yeah.
I think I have to roll deception, right?
I mean, were you being deceptive?
Then yeah, roll that deception.
Please roll high.
I don't have very good insights.
Oh, goodbye.
Yeah.
Totally believe
he
you.
was absolutely a squire.
Don't I look like one?
Nits.
I mean, looking at him, it checks out. Like, he rides his horse. You especially would know. Like, you would be familiar with how somebody who is trained with weapons and trained to, the campaign trail, sits on a horse, how they wear their weapons and everything like that. And yeah, he checks out.
He's pretty dignified.
I don't know about that.
By the way, if everybody laughed at the backdoor joke, Naira is like, what did I miss?
Lauren would have just cracked a grin. Nix, you said you were a squire.
Yeah, for, I'm sure, well, actually, I don't know if you heard, but, we grew up in the care of a benefactor, and he took Naira under his wing for educational things, and, I got a nice little training at being a valiant knight.
At this, Calcifer will pull out his sketchbook and begin to draw Nyx in a gallant horse and a beautiful set of armor that displays his features.
What was the name of your benefactor?
Lord Murdoch. Have you heard of him?
Have I heard of him?
Give me I suppose history would work. Yeah, give me a history roll, unless you have something else you'd like to suggest. It's kind of general current affairs knowledge, but history is probably the most appropriate.
Nah, history is my strength. Yep, it is, I guess.
Yes, actually, you are familiar with Lord Murdoch. He doesn't do a great deal of business in the Caloran Confederation, but you have spent enough time in like the major port cities and kind of dealing with the affairs of nobles and things like that in your previous life that you have heard the name of the Murdoch family. You don't know a great deal about them, but you do know that he is a kind of prominent, not public, but political figure in Vanya, the former imperial capital.
Oh yeah, I've heard of him. He's just a politician in Vanya.
Oh, he is so much more than that. He's also a philanthropist.
Oh. What can he find?
I would like to insight check to see if I think he understands what I mean when I say philanthropist.
Sure. Go ahead and make that roll.
Yes, no.
Lorium.
I'm so glad I got a nat 20 for that.
Do you how educated is Lorium? Would he understand the kind of fancy talking?
It's a big word for him, but he's been around enough mercenary groups and, as you said, nobles that he probably gets the gist of it.
All right.
So he was
when everybody is done doing that, by the way, I've sort of come up again next to Uther. But yes, yes, he's a philanthropist, and he's a great patron of the arts.
But to answer your question, Lauren, to be honest, I don't know much about his particular fighting skill, but he does have a lot of people in his employ that are pretty great at it.
Sounds about right. I'd expect nothing less from a philanthropologist.
I'm sorry. It's philanthropist.
I know what I said.
Oh. Okay. Sure.
He's cocking a fucking grin.
Okay. You travel onward. It takes. You've traveled for about. You travel a couple of miles north of the road, or several miles north of the road, and as you're traveling through that first stream bed, which turned out to be something of a false trail, you cut the bodies loose and leave them kind of where they aren't going to be offending the eyes of anybody who travels through. But you're very certain, this being the banks of a river, even dried, it's a high traffic area for animals anyway, and you're very certain that within a day or so, normal, predation and scavenging will have reduced the bodies to little more than bone and cloth. And you leave them behind and journey onwards. An hour or two passes as you travel and converse, and you believe you left the campsite. Your rest was a little bit elongated because of your adventure during the night. However, you probably left there around about 9:30, 10 a.m. At this point, it's getting into early afternoon, about 1 or 2 p.m. You'd estimate you have maybe only a couple of miles to go until you are at the spot that Conlon indicated on the map.
I have a spicy question.
Oh, wait, actually, sorry, before we get to your spicy question, Naira, you said you wanted to talk to Uther. Did you have anything further you wanted to discuss with him?
Oh, well, it's just going to be a little bit more RP.
Oh, no, please. Absolutely go for it. You guys have several hours where you are riding through the countryside, guided by midnight, so any RP that you want to get at this point, you absolutely have time for.
Forgive me. I've just been talking so much, and I realize I never actually learned much about you. I've never really met anyone who talks, well, like Nix and I before. Where are you from?
Really, that's kind of different. I didn't realize I would be standing out so much. Everyone just seems to be in such a hurry. They don't even take time to put some love into their speech.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I suppose that's true.
Far away from here. I don't even remember how to get back there, honestly. But
Are there many of our kind there? I mean, if we talk this, I learned how to talk from my brother, but I assume he learned how to talk from my parents. So maybe they were from where you're from.
you see, as I would just nod at that. It's rather cosmopolitan, actually. There's quite a bit of everybody mixed in. It's kind of nice, getting a little bit of all of the good flavors.
Sounds exciting. Maybe I'll get to see it one day.
Maybe. I'm not exactly sure. It's a long way away.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a big world. I would love to see it.
Perhaps. It's worth the trip. The city alone is kept in a mountain ridge. It looks like it was carved out by a meteorite ages ago. Big old crevice, and the city is built within.
Wow. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing something interesting.
Well, by the by, I have made note of the fact that you still haven't told me, but if that's a personal question, then I do apologize for being rude.
You just see as he studies forward, as he turns towards you. No, if we're gonna trust each other, we've got to be honest. And just smile. From Carvalin. It's a distance away. Might have never heard of it.
And she will get out her journal and she will ask how you spell that.
Karvalin. Carvalin.
All right. Well, maybe I can learn some stuff about that. Thank you so much. And she seems genuinely, like, very pleased that she's got this little thing that she can study now.
All of a sudden, there's something you didn't know about, and you're like, "Oh, I'm gonna every YouTube
like-
video."
She's like, I now really want to go back to art
Wikipedia.
college.
If I was able to hear that, two things.
I
I
would
just
need a perception. I would definitely be trying to keep that low.
oh,
Yes,
okay.
Okay.
I too am curious to hear this.
Then both of you guys go ahead and roll me perception. And Uther, do you want to roll stealth or just take a DC for being talking low?
Let's see. Let's make it interesting.
Funny rolls.
Also, my previous question. Uther casts
Ooh.
suggestion. And I, too, am able to cast suggestion. We both cast suggestion in proximity of one another.
Mhm.
Are we able to recognize the fact that we cast?
If you I mean, Kalsfer is apparently trying to study the powers of those around him, so give me an Arcana check, please. And
Please.
let me just quickly
Oh.
check.
5.
You have no idea what happened during that fight. He talked real funny, and the guy left. There was, like, you would recognize that there was some magical power and influence at work, but you have no idea precisely what form it took.
Okay. Feel free to say no, but can I argue advantage? Because we both know the spell.
You know what?
Oh, sorry.
You wait.
I do it?
Yeah, go for it. Roll again.
Please, 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 please. You motherfucker!
Oh, man. Sometimes
He's
the
got
dice
some
just hate
mighty fine words.
you. He's very good.
Sure does.
Somewhere on a different plane, a half-elf wizard goes, "Fate has spoken."
Yeah, wasn't your portent?
And I'm going to say with those rolls, because you guys are traveling and you wouldn't be able to kind of actually listen in without making it semi-obvious. And Uther did say he was trying to keep the conversation private. He was rolling with a +5 to whatever he rolled. So Kalsfer you're able to make out the gist of their conversation, but not the content. You, however, Midnight, are able to understand, like, you're able to catch pretty much everything that's being discussed.
By the way, I forgot to ask before I opened my mouth. Are we allowed to cuss? It's a bit late for that.
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
Fuck yeah!
Freedom!
Freedom!
You asked that question and I started to panic.
It's like, no, this is a family show. With murder and mind control.
Doors included.
And suggestive wands.
All I just want to know is Carvalin. Is that something Nyx would have heard about? Or just like, would he know where that is?
Oh yeah, I probably should have asked that too. Have I heard of that?
You can roll history, or you can make an argument for another skill if you would prefer to roll it instead.
This one's gonna have a high AC. Or DC.
I don't think I can argue for anything else, and my history is doo-doo.
No.
Nope.
Do indeed.
That's karma, baby.
No, neither of you have ever heard of Carvalin before. Which, Naira, you actually... This is somewhat impressive to you because you are an incredibly well-read individual, and because we are using the kind of rubber banding difficulty class based on the character's expertise, This is something of a novelty for you to be completely unfamiliar with an entire country, apparently.
Yeah, so I'm just like, I will really have to look that up. That's really exciting. And I describe everything that he said, so like what it looks like and things like that.
Okay, yeah, you're able to note all of that down in your journal, and yeah, essentially make a very detailed record of everything that he told you about the description of his home and things like that.
The only other thing Nyx would have wanted to do is just when he started saying we have to be honest with each other to trust each other, I would have insight.
Okay, then roll me an insight. And Uther, would you like to roll deception?
It probably will work.
Uther? Oh, yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Seems pretty straight up.
Okay. Well, if Naira was paying attention to Nyx because she's my sister, she would have seen my ears like flip back towards them while they were talking, and as soon as they stopped, they flipped forward.
Okay. Naira, do you want to roll perception on that? Or, oh, never mind, you are ahead
I
of me.
did not notice that.
You
I
were
have just
deep in
been
conversation. You were fascinated by your exotic new friend.
She was blinded by the science.
By the chiseled jaw and tousled salt and pepper black hair.
Oh wait, is that canon? Let me just write that down.
So, you guys continue on conversing as you travel. Despite these kind of, the challenge that lies ahead and the journey in front of you, it's a very pleasant day. It's hard to have any kind of foreboding in your hearts as you travel through what is actually quite pleasant land. To the north of you, you can very clearly see the climbing peaks of the Dorvashi Mountains and the Dorvashi Woods along their lower skirts, shrouding them in green shadow. And as the sun rises higher and higher, the shadow, you can see the snow-capped peaks glittering in the distance. But your destination, being closer at hand, lays just a few miles ahead of you. You cannot currently see anything, but you believe yourself to now be in relatively close proximity to it based on your earlier survival checks, midnight. So, what do you guys do? It is, by the way, when you arrive, it is around about, I would say, 2 o'clock in the afternoon-ish. At this point. You are not currently there, but when you arrive at the point where you're in sort of the general proximity.
Well, are you ready for this, Nyx?
I was trained for this. And
I'll wave you over towards me before you left.
Okay. He will. Boop, 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 boop.
Make sure you have everything. Don't attack anyone, and if you've got any magics you're keeping, then hold on to it. But if you can find a way to maybe create a distraction or light something on fire, I'm not gonna tell you not to. The only way it works is I have to boop you on the nose.
What?
Which it goes to a 19.
What is that you rolled?
A deception, because I don't have to boop him on the nose, but I want to boop him on the nose.
Okay, so, well, it's showing the roll as an 11, but you, as an eloquence bard, you can bump that up?
Yeah, I have the silvery tongue, so if I roll beneath a 10, it automatically goes to a 10.
Okay.
So, and my modifier is +9. So
oh my
I
gosh,
have...
that's evil. Okay, so, well,
Yeah.
roll an insight check then, Midnight.
19.
DC 19.
Level 3. Level 3.
Hell yeah!
Oh my god.
You don't think I actually have to boop you
You're
on
not
the
sure
nose
how
for
much
to
of
work?
it was bullshit, but some of it was definitely bullshit.
Nix will remember this, but
Just a little sub
Well,
at the
does-
bottom of the screen.
yeah, yeah, Nix will remember this, but he does not make a move to move out of your boop.
I just reach forward with a big grin and give you a boop. As you do, you turn invisible. And I'm just gonna smile at you and then go, I didn't need to boop you on the nose. Forgive me. Is all, but best of luck. Enjoy your new, toy. Like I said, don't attack anyone. And don't cast no spells. Alright?
Naira's face lights up, by the way, when you do that, and she's just like, "That is incredible! They wouldn't teach us that. How did you learn that?"
Back in, Carvalin. It's a neat trick.
It is a very neat. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to pick your brain if you don't mind. Not literally, obviously, but I would love to learn some of these spells that you do.
When she says not literally, Calcifer's Calcifer's smile kind of sags a little bit.
He was just,
Before
like, tucking in his
Nix,
napkin.
before Nix leaves, just whispered, and Uther is aware. Just whispered in Uther's ear. He'll just hear, "I'm aware, smooth talker," and then I'll scamper off.
Okay, I assume you're leaving your horse behind?
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah, cool.
Horse can stay where he is.
I very much heard that.
Yes, well, I mean, unless you'd really like to roll stealth.
Would I get advantage?
I think you get a +10.
Oh, technically, well, that's to general stealth rolls. This is specifically for an overheard conversation, so I'll call it a straight roll.
Everyone's just trying to listen into everybody's conversations.
No see bitches.
It's a very trusting group. Yeah, Naira, you are able to pick out your brother's. Your ears are very attuned to your brother's speech, having been listening to it for all of your life, including whispered moments when you were children together on the streets. You are able to hear him call Uther a smooth talker.
Oh, and just so both of you would have been able to tell, that was not flirting. That was just fact.
True.
She doesn't say anything.
Okay.
Her little whiskers twitch a little bit, but that's about it.
Okay.
I hope you guys never play any games of chance with Naira because she has no poker face.
I look forward to playing cards with her.
Oh, I look forward to that too.
Before we dive into the next scenario, is everybody cool if we take a little bit of a break here? I've got something in my eye that I need to take care of.
Do it.
Cool.
Get it out of your eye.
We'll do the thing. We'll do the thing that we do with RL and just keep RPing without you.
Cool. I will be right back.
I hate that so much.
Sometimes you miss good things.
Much. I come back and like 2 days later somebody messages me, "Oh, you forgot. I revealed that my sister Pepita's lover's ex-husband's twin brother was never dead." And I'm like, why?
Scandalo.
Yeah, we came out of the dream sequence and Andrew was like, "Oh yeah, you just missed a big reveal." And I was like, "What?"
I'm Strahd's half brother. Like,
I was like, "Nah, man, elves are still kind of like semi-conscious during trance. Go ahead, lay down the deeds."
You were like, "Tell me that. Drop that lower."
Octavian was pulling the Michael Jackson gif as he's just like, oh, keep going.
Eat popcorn.
I have to say, I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. I'm enjoying tonight as well, obviously, but I'm really looking forward to tomorrow.
I know, but
too.
what I love about this game in particular is like we don't trust anybody except Naira. Except Naira, she's like, let me tell you my secrets.
Yeah, I love that my insight check is, do you understand my big words?
Y'all be sneaky bitches, though. Y'all be like keeping dark secrets.
Dark secrets? I don't know what you're talking about.
Also, I just want you to know that whenever you guys tell me like your backstories, and you're like, so and so doesn't know that it was me that killed his mother, I'm just like, oh my god, but she doesn't know that his mother is actually her aunt or some shit, and I'm just like, the connections. Like, if only they would say this.
Okay, which one of you killed my mom?
Sorry, that was me.
Of course it was Evander.
No,
It was during the naked drunk night.
no, what was it? I just imagine that. What is this? Is it from Spaceballs? I'm your father's roommate's brother's.
Your father's brother's cousin's former roommate.
Yes.
That's it.
Anyway.
Anyway, yes. So Nyx, or Midnight, I should say, you are heading off on your own. While he is gone, just so that I can know to come back to it, is anybody going to do anything, or are you guys all just kind of corral the horses and stay where you are?
Corral the horses. I'm gonna take out my rapier and just examine it, make sure it's nice and clean and sharp. I'm gonna make sure that my bolts, like I'm gonna prepare, but in a way that shows that I have absolutely no experience.
Okay. Anybody else?
Lorium just sort of shrugs and raises a metallic mask that looks somewhat like a demon's grin with two sets of heavy fangs, and attaches it to the metal grooves lining his jawline to cover his mouth.
Oh my. Is that like a threat mask? Some animals do that too.
I mean, I'm pretty threatening without it, but it works that way. Also helps with any arrows to the face.
Oh, that would be smart.
Okay, so while the four of you sit with the horses in the slight dish in the land formed by the dry stream bed that you were following, you, Nyx, scampering through the undergrowth in your now invisible form, are heading toward over the slight rise in the hill that you believe to be the last obstacle between you and a sightline on this supposed ruin that they are camped in. And indeed, as you travel, after a few minutes of walking, you crest a small hill, and there in the distance, sitting on a slight rise above the creek, and here you can actually see it still does contain a small trickle of water, stands what must have once been a fairly impressive outpost. Thick stone walls and the remnants of two small towers on the north and south end. The stone walls, though, even from this distant viewpoint that you can see have long since fallen into disrepair. It is mostly roofless, and the stonework that remains, you can see that the tops of the towers are marred by holes and crumbled masonry that's sticking up like rows of jagged teeth. Whatever security it must have once provided has definitely been eroded by time, but it doubtless still provides some shelter from the elements and the woodland scrub that surrounds it. What are you going to do?
As soon as the outpost comes into view, without really realizing it, because he's not used to being invisible when he does this, he does his usual thing where he tucks his tail around his waist to make himself smaller and to keep people from grabbing it. And the first thing he'll do is just kind of, from where he is, I just want to see if I can tell how many entrances I can see from here, and then I'd like to make a perimeter if I can.
Okay. Give me a stealth with advantage. Or actually, for invisibility, is it advantage or is it plus 10?
For invisibility, I think it's a plus 10.
Let me. I've got the rulebook right here. Let me just.
It can be house ruled, but I think invisibility is just you are hidden. You are perma hidden, but you know, footsteps, noises, that shit.
Anything. Oh, okay. It actually, the invisibility spell contains no guidance whatsoever for those rules. So yes, we will say actually that until you get within hearing range, you essentially auto-succeed on any stealth check, so we won't need to roll that right now since you're keeping your distance. But do give me a perception.
Perception?
Perception, please, yes. Okay. By the way, just so we can keep track of time, the invisibility lasts for 1 hour, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Probably about 15 minutes have passed at this point. You were kind of jogging a little bit, so you were able to move over the land relatively quickly. But it did take you a little bit of time to kind of get into position and get into a decent vantage point over the ruin.
Question.
Uh-huh.
Did Uther tell me there was a time limit?
He did not.
Cool. Just keeping that one in the back of my head. Cool.
So, with that roll, you're able to see, approaching as you are from the southeast, you are able to see what looks to be a kind of clear area with an entrance. How close are you getting?
If I can, for the perimeter sweep, I'd probably stay about 30 feet away.
Oh, wow, okay, so you're getting up, close enough to see detail.
Yeah.
I was thinking you might say like 400 or 500 feet back, but okay, cool.
No,
Well,
I'm invisible, baby.
in that case, I am going to drag you over to, I'm going to drag everybody over to the actual map. However, Nyx, you are the only one that should actually move at this time. Everybody, let me actually, 1 second. Don't look.
Not the only one!
Just needed to make sure I could reset the fog of war there. Okay. So Midnight, you are the only one that will be, that should move your token right now, since the others are staying about a mile or so back. But because you are getting that close, do go ahead and roll me a stealth.
Oh my fucking god. I'm gonna use my inspiration to read.
Isn't it supposed to be
You
advantage?
get
because you got-
advantage because you are
Yeah.
invisible.
Excuse me while I cry inside a little bit.
Don't worry, there's
yes,
no
yeah.
way you'd roll another one.
Not great, you guys.
Oof. Okay. Let me just go ahead and roll a couple of checks.
You got a little too.
I will
You got a
say,
little too cocky with being invisible.
yeah, in character, Nyx is. We've talked about Lord Murdoch a little bit too much, and it's thrown him off. It's thrown him off a lot.
It's okay. Wouldn't be the first time a rogue got cocky being invisible.
And it
then
won't
most
be the
bullshit.
last.
Hint it won't
Okay.
be lit.
As you approach, you are able to definitely make out greater detail. To the south, in fact, let me move you all over because you are approaching from the southeast, not the southwest. Boop. Alright, get off. There we go. So you are there. You all are down here. So as you approach, you are able to make out to the south. As you can see here, there are a pair of low stone walls overlooking the main trail. You have left behind the dried riverbed at this point, but the creek still runs a little ways off to the east from this map. But what seems to be the main trail through the forest that leads up from that creek bed leads between this pair of low stone walls, behind which you can see a table and a couple of chairs with just two men sitting, appearing to chat whilst they watch the forest around them. On the table in front of them, a pair of crossbows have been left. And as you approach, you can see beyond them. Here we go. More detail about the ruins of the tower itself. To the left, to the left-hand side, you can see a pair of large carts that have been pulled up and left somewhat haphazardly behind the rear entrance, and there does look to be a crumbled section of wall that is being used, a couple of crumbled sections of walls actually on this side, that are being used as entrances and exits. On the right hand side, just to the directly north of where you are, I'm just going to move your character token up so you can kind of see, because it is daylight but Foundry's vision rules are weird. You can actually make out the somewhat disconcerting sight of a number of large cages. 3, in fact, two of which hold the forms of huge, snarling wolves. A third wolf, massive and tufted black fur around its shoulders, is out of its cage and appears to be kind of circling and almost cowering from a figure in red robes who seems to be gesticulating wildly as he harangues this creature. Perhaps it is this spectacle that somewhat distracts you, for as you creep in beside this wall, instinctively heading for the only cover in this open area, you touch it, and a loose stone clatters down the opposite side, and both men at the table snatch up their crossbows, looking up suddenly from their discussion. And you go, Is anyone there? And both of them start making their way towards you, crossbows held high, at the ready. They don't appear to have seen you, but they are on alert, approaching the wall and scanning the forest edge.
I silently, chastise myself, and, internally, I'm, taken back to Bartran's lessons about not being heard, not being seen, and how important that is. And I will get as low to the ground as I can, and I will sacrifice movement speed to, I just want to slowly start creeping back to the tree line as quietly and as slowly as I can.
Okay, give me another stealth roll, also with advantage.
Everybody say some prayers.
Some prayers.
Hilda's blessing upon you.
Oh, thank God.
Okay, yes, your moment of self-chastisement absolutely seems to have taken effect, and as you creep back toward the tree line, both of them are standing there with crossbows at the ready. They kind of scan back and forth in the tree line, and one of them, this one has walked over and kneels beside the fallen rock, kind of just picks it up and looks at the wall, looks curiously at the tree line, and kind of just, weird, throws it down, kind of looks over at his friend, They seem to shrug, and the pair of them walk back toward the table that they had previously abandoned, setting their crossbows down once more as you creep back toward the trees.
Must have been the wind.
Essentially, yep, you just Skyrim NPC'd them.
Yes. Khajiit has many. He will let out an exhale, and he will start making his way back to the group.
Okay.
But if I'd like it to time out to where, like, a good 5 minutes before I arrive back, invisibility drops.
Well, I mean, it has at this point probably only been about 20 minutes since you left. And, like, you could absolutely continue to scout. I'm saying this as the DM, like, the fact that you were caught is not if you approach again, they will once more be alerted.
Oh, well then, not the side with the wolves. I want to go check out the other side with the wagons, and I just want to see if there's maybe a better approach than, like, the front entrance.
Okay, well, go ahead and move yourself, and I will call for new checks as appropriate. As you approach these carts and get a better look at them, ooh, excuse me. I really wish I had got the ping working, but you can see just beyond the carts, stacked against the wall of this ruin, are a great number of, like, chests and barrels and what look to be container goods. And you actually see a third man dressed in somewhat shabby, it looks like a mixture of kind of plate and leather that's been kind of cobbled together over his somewhat, nefarious career. Seems to be loading the wagon closest to the ruin itself. He kind of walks over, will look through the barrels, he seems to be checking for certain things. Eventually he'll select one, hoist it up, and then wander over to the wagon and thump it down and then kind of roll it into position. Just seems to be preparing the wagon for loading the wagon for travel from this rather large kind of cache of storage. And you do also see just beside him and then here, I don't know if you can quite have vision on those. Yeah, I will just kind of move your token to here so you can get vision on them. There you go, and then move you back, because again, Foundry's vision sucks. But you can see those two entrances where the previously stout walls have collapsed over the centuries, and it does look just like normal wear and tear rather than actual damage. You can see a lot of vines and moss and things like that growing over this. It's quite clearly been here for a long, long time, and has been in neglect for a good deal of that time as well.
Do I see carts?
You
Do I see or hear horses or beasts of burden?
Not in the immediate vicinity. Give me a knowledge nature check. And what's the total there? 16. Okay, yes. It would be quite the stable master that would be able to keep horses calm anywhere near the creatures and beasts that are on the far side of this small outpost. Any hint of a scent of those creatures would be enough to send any normal horse into an absolute panic. So you imagine if there are beasts of burden or ordinary draft animals anywhere in the near vicinity, they would be kept at a decent distance.
All right, then what I'd like to do is heading towards the back of this structure. I'm gonna head, I guess, north a little bit, and then kind of wind my way out and backtrack my way to the, I guess that's the left of the map, the west I know directions. Going that way, I want to try to find a path, or at least a way that we could come at them from this direction.
Sorry, can you move your... Okay, so you up here kind of thing? Okay, cool. So yeah, as you move around this edge of the of this little outpost, give me another perception check.
Hey, good shit.
Okay. As you skirt around this northern edge of it, you see that this tower, it has a matching twin on the southeast corner of the outpost, and here on the northwest corner, there appears to be there is again another tower, the top of which is ruined, but you can actually see that here on the ground floor, there are recent signs of fairly shoddy patchwork having been done. This tower has been quite inexpertly repaired in the fairly recent past. You do notice that there are a number of stones that have fallen out of the repair, and there's a lot of just kind of dust and loose rock underneath a particular section of the wall. And you do also see, can you see my cursor in the darkness?
Yeah, I see where it is.
Right there, it appears to be another breach in the wall.
Nice. And now, feeling like I've used up a little of my cat's luck, I will GTFO.
Okay, it is especially invisible. It is an absolute work of ease for you to withdraw into the undergrowth. Although, actually, with that 18, in fact, no, give me a survival, given the direction that you are withdrawing in.
Come on.
Aw.
Okay, you withdraw into the woods with relative ease, covered as you are by the cloak of Uther's spell, and are able to circle back around to the group with little effort.
Yep. I think I might, because it's been a while since I've been by myself in nature, so I'll not take my time, but enjoy. Once I get far enough away from this place, I might climb up in the trees and start traveling that way, if it's possible.
Yes, there are actually several patches of quite dense forest between you and the group, and it is quite easy for you with your tabaxi physiology, and you are the climbing speed variant, correct?
Yeah, I have 20 feet climb speed.
It is a work of ease for you to climb up into this spring canopy, and it's, especially as an appreciator of nature and plant life, it's a very pleasant experience, especially given the shot of adrenaline that you received, and then the successful completion of your little jaunt here. It's quite an enjoyable trip back, actually, as you kind of jump from treetop to treetop, knowing that you are nothing more than this rustling of leaves and jostling of branches, even kind of coming upon this very surprised wildlife as you leap from branch to branch, them having no idea that you are approaching.
Yeah, and it's inside his mind, he's enjoying the trek, but also there in the back of his mind are just Bartran's words and the lessons he was taught, and just going back over the whole thing, seeing what he should have done differently just the whole time. And then I'll join the others.
Okay. You get back. It's probably you didn't take too long around the area, so I'd say you probably get back to the group. Again, they are a couple of miles there, so it was 2 miles in, 2 miles out. So I would say you get back with probably, I would say the invisibility actually probably does run out about 5-10 minutes before you get back to the group. About probably 50 to 75%, depending on how quickly you were traveling, of the way back.
Um, I would still like to approach from in the trees.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You're still able to do that. Are you trying to approach unseen?
Yeah.
Then give me one more stealth check, please. No advantage on this one. The group that has been left behind, are any of you keeping a particularly close watch?
Nope.
I mean,
No, probably
Perfect.
not, honestly.
I
Well-
think we would be vigilant.
I will say, honestly, I was mainly trying to sneak up on Larium. And I'm just gonna, like, Naruto appear down from the tree right next to him.
Yeah, and
Ninja style.
You get no reaction from him. He just stares at you with his
I
one
will
eye.
I will say, after about 10 minutes, Naira got bored and pulled a book out of her backpack and has just been sort of voraciously reading.
Okay,
At some
well,
point, he probably would have asked you, Naira, like, yeah, so how good is he?
I'm sorry?
Your brother.
Her head snaps up and she's just like looking at you with this look on her face. I'm sorry. My brother, right? And she puts her book away, and she's.
What kind of book are you reading?
First gonna try to
Never you
peer
mind.
at the pages that she's reading.
give me a stealth and a perception check to try and do this unnoticed. Or, like, to try and kind of get a look before she notices.
I would also be very.
Did I roll
gonna roll
persuasion
this
or
down.
perception?
You rolled persuasion and sleight of hand, neither of which I asked for. Perception and stealth.
I'm gonna roll a stealth.
Oh, well, you also roll a perception as well.
I didn't mean to do that with advantage.
There you go.
Oh, did I?
No,
you
you
did
can
it.
roll it
Right.
with advantage. You're good.
And I got a 21.
Oh my gosh, just better than one better than his perception. He rolled really well too. But also roll me a perception to try and notice him.
I'm doing that now. Yeah. No, I have no idea. I'm just being.
Okay.
I'm being very cagey
You are,
about my
yeah.
book.
Calcifer, you do notice she is very explicitly trying to stop anybody from, now that she is the focus of attention, trying to stop anybody from getting a look at her book, which, with that roll, you can very clearly make out, it appears to just have like a very plain brown paper cover that has been placed around the outside. But that is all you're able to see, because as you kind of like to get a look at it, she's just sort of like.
You
and
seem
so-
very enthralled by it, so I'd be curious to read it sometime.
She ignores that entirely, and she says, "Oh, my brother is one of the best." Right to Lorium, as she's sort of putting her book back in her backpack. Just absolutely incredible.
That was
Do I
fucking weird.
notice that she's trying to ignore me?
Yes, with that roll and with her kind of with her behavior, absolutely, you are able to see that she is very deliberately trying to stop you and anyone.
Her whiskers has also started going a little bit as well.
You know, you're coming to that age. Everybody sort of gets interested in those sorts of books. It's perfectly fine.
I have no idea to what you are referring, sir.
He's taking his time though, and I assume that's when you just poof in front of me.
Yep. And
Yeah, Rabbit's
he
idea.
beat all of your passive perception, so yeah, he is able to he just drops straight out of the trees from right above your head, landing next to your horse, absolutely noiselessly.
Yeah, oddly, you get no reaction from him. He's just staring at you. Oh, you're still alive. Good.
I'll deal with that in just a second. So, and then he'll like crouch down into the dirt and just draw like a. It's not great, but it gives you an idea of where everything is, and like he points out that there are two guards with crossbows here at the main entrance. There's a dude over on this side with some wolves, which worried me a little bit, and then there's a guy over here loading up stuff on a cart. Looks like they're getting ready to travel.
Oh, now he didn't mention anything about wolves. I am disappointed in Conlon. Out of curiosity, is this to scale?
Yes, they are ant-sized.
I meant in proportion to each other.
Perhaps the wolves are something we can use to our advantage. A little bit of chaos, maybe.
I mean, couldn't hurt at the very least, and he'll point out the path that he thinks they should take in from that northwest corner.
Okay, yeah, you did notice that. Yeah, the only person that would have visibility is the chappie that you saw loading the carts. And if he was still engaged in that, activity, but when you guys approached, he would be the only one who could possibly see you. But he was also distracted by his given task. So, yeah, you are able to outline that approach with very little difficulty.
And I would have marked the places of entry that I noticed, the 4 entry places.
Okay, I'm just going to move all of you guys around to that area.
This guy with the wolves, he look like the physical type or the magic type?
How did he look?
You didn't get the best look at him before you were forced to withdraw. What you could see was a tall, thin figure dressed in deep burgundy robes. They were definitely the kind of things you have seen casters and wizards wearing in the past. But you didn't get a very clear look at it. You did see him have. All you did see was he appeared to be interacting in some way with the wolf that was out of its cage.
I will describe that interaction, and I'll just say he didn't strike me as the. And he'll just gesture towards Larium and say the brute force type.
That actually
should be
might complicate
careful.
things. Bows
But
and swords are easy to deal with.
other than that, though, there could have been more people inside, but at the very least, I know they have 4 plus 3 wolves, which I believe would only be 7, Naira.
Christine, if you're talking there, we couldn't hear you.
I said I missed that. I had stepped away from my keyboard, and then if you look at chat, my cat said hello.
No, I just said that I noticed 4 people plus 3 wolves, which would only be 7, Naira.
That's accurate, except did you see inside?
Did you see inside? Okay, you're smart. I get it.
I'm so sorry. Oh, no, you did a great job, Nix. I'm so proud of you.
So you found a back door or anything, though?
Yeah, and he'll point out the breach that he saw in the back, and then the other entryways.
And
I don't
point of
know.
order, I also don't think that wolves count.
I want to say shit, but it's not this kind of shit he would say. So it's like, oh, whatever.
Whatever. Oh, you know what? You're right. So that actually just only makes it 4.
Midnight, I'm just going to quickly move you just so that you will have had vision on. You can kind of see the entrance there, just so that you can kind of know out of character where that is. So that's right there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I see. I see, said the blind man.
They seem like humans, though.
As far as I could tell, I as
yeah,
good
so
as I am.
as far as you
then
could tell, they were all. You actually only saw. Well, you only got a clear look at 3 of them: the 2 guards and the one loading the cart. The one in the robe could theoretically have been any tall, skinny humanoid, but the 3 others that you saw were definitely human.
3 definitely human, 1 humanoid, and like Naira so graciously pointed out, however many inside.
Well,
She sort of preens. She is assuming that you are complimenting her.
He actually was.
you all want to take this at night or day?
The cover of night should be most beneficial.
Can everybody see
Oh.
at night?
I can.
Nyx just laughs.
He's looking at Uther and Calcifer.
Certainly, yes.
Well, that's interesting.
What is seen at night? It's pretty easy. You just open your eyes. Kind of the same in the day.
Oh, but not everybody actually can do that. Did you know that?
Oh, I know. That's why I'm asking.
Would you be at a disadvantage, Uther?
Shakes his head. Nope. I have no issues with the dark.
Then I say there's no reason to twiddle our thumbs and risk being caught unaware.
Oh, are we planning an ambush of our own? This is so exciting.
Let's treat this illness with a taste of their own medicine, I say.
First time's always fun, isn't it?
But of course, we are going to be taking them alive, yes? I mean, if we can.
Depends how they react. At least one.
I certainly wouldn't want to put my or your life in danger for murderers.
How much time do we have until sunset?
At this point, you having traveled there and back and everything like that, I'd say it's probably it's about 3:30-ish.
That does seem like it's going to be quite some time from now, though.
You've probably got, yeah, I mean, this being early summer, you probably would have maybe 4.5, 5 hours until sunset.
I like the idea of attacking them at dark, but the only thing I would like to bring your attention back to, and he'll point back where the wagons were, they seem like they were loading some stuff up. I don't know if that means they plan to travel, or if that's just part of their regular bandit duties. But we might want to make sure they don't hightail it out of there.
I think we should just get ourselves over there and throw them a surprise party. If any of them survive, then we have survivors.
RM just shrugs. Either way works for me.
Agreed.
Okay, sure. That sounds... Yep, no, I think we can do that, yep.
I would suggest, however, unless we absolutely want to bring them, we might want to leave the horses behind.
Oh, well, yes, they're not very sneaky.
Lauren just looks at sunset. Sunset, sunshine. She's not talking about you, sweetheart. Don't worry about it.
Oh, right. My horse's name is Nutmeg.
Mine's is Drusilla.
Glad everybody named their horses. We'll totally have them for the entire campaign.
Wait, have you guys figured out what I named my horse?
Don't think so.
Horse.
No.
No.
I've said it so many
Such
times.
creativity.
No, actually, no. No, I'll leave that. That's actually a character insight, but whatever.
Okay, so what are you guys going to do? It is, as I said, kind of about 3:30 at this point. Your little group has stayed like out of eyesight of the structure itself, behind a low rise in the landscape. You're probably a couple miles out. What are you going to do?
From the way that I approached, is there the travel? Could we bring the horses like a portion of the way with us, or would it be better to just leave them?
Give me a survival check, just to kind of figure the lay of the land based on your memory of traveling through it.
Y'all.
Horses are big. It'd be risky.
Is that my like third natural
I think
one?
that is your third
It's
natural
balancing
one.
out from your 3 nat 20s in like
In
5
the last
minutes.
session. That's true.
This makes sense. This makes sense. Then yeah, I would advise us to leave them here, and I'd try to find a place where I don't think they're gonna get eaten.
I mean, yeah, like you would know with you, or sorry, question. Okay.
No, go ahead. Finish that answer first.
I was going to say, you would know with just your experience of being out and about and everything like that, like, horses are by no means defenseless. You know, if you have a group of 5 or 6 horses all in an area, it is going to be a brave natural predator that tries to approach this a herd like that. Especially, you know, your horses are all large, healthy, well-fed, well-cared for animals. So, yeah, like, you think you could tie them up more or less anywhere here, and they'd be pretty safe from any normal predators. I mean, this is fairly close to the Gorvashi Woods, so anything could technically happen, but you would be
A
pretty
rock comes in.
confident. Yeah.
It's alright.
Well-
Sunshine will keep them safe.
If I can get a little bit closer, if I can, you guys saw my little servant, my magical servant, right? Well, you didn't really see it; it's invisible, but you saw that I can do that, right?
Lauren just raised an eyebrow. That's all
If
I
I
can
could
do.
get, if I could get closer, I could have it maybe go in and lock the doors. Just if anybody's in there, they would have a more difficult time coming out.
I think that's a pretty good idea. I will say, some of the places that I marked as entrances aren't so much doors as walls that have fallen apart.
In fact, Midnight, you saw no doors other than those on the cages.
In fact,
Oh.
I didn't see any doors other than those on the cages.
Well, there's a question. You said that he was struggling to control the wolves, yes?
If I read the interaction correctly, and you know, not the best with it comes to some animals, it more seemed like the wolf was struggling with his presence.
So they didn't like him.
Well, I didn't Though I tried to stay away from the wolves because I just didn't want them to smell me. So I'm sorry, y'all. I really didn't focus in on that too much.
Oh, okay. So it's probably not a good idea to open those cages then.
Oh, I'm sure they'll be open once the fun begins. Don't worry, I can deal with any wolf.
Oh, good, because I'm not fond of dogs.
Cats usually aren't. Oh shit, I'm sorry.
No, that's pretty much accurate.
We're technically not cats, but okay.
Lauren will just pat Naira's head without really meaning to, and just be like, "That was a really good idea, though."
Oh, thank you.
Well, I say we mosey on that way.
Want a distraction, or all go together?
We can probably go together and cause a magical distraction elsewhere.
I was thinking I'd just walk up to the front door.
Oh.
Actually, that's that's not a bad idea.
Well, Nix, you did say that those two guards came and investigated.
Yeah, they did.
Well, do you think maybe we could lure those two over to us if we got close enough? So we don't necessarily just walk straight up to the front door. We don't know how many are inside. But if we could take them on in smaller waves, that might be. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about.
No, that's not. Let's get closer and see what they, time has passed, so they may have moved about. Their, routines may have changed. Let's keep that in mind, though, Dreamer. It's not a bad
You think?
idea.
She just lights up, very, very delighted that she has contributed at all.
And Nyx will start heading out and showing them the way that he traversed back. But this time on the ground.
Okay. I assume you're trying to kind of stay out of sight of the outpost itself and anybody potentially, the sentries and such that are posted there.
Yeah, like a wide arc to the west, and then kind of pincering back in.
Okay. Give me a survival check with advantage in order to kind of pick out a route that will preclude the necessity for stealth checks.
Nice.
Very nice.
I'm really good at this.
Yeah, now that you are not considering the difficulties of moving steeds around, and actually I assume you guys are just kind of tying up your steeds together and leaving them as a group?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Or that's what I'm doing.
Yeah. So, now that you are freed of the consideration of the difficulty of having steeds traverse the landscape unseen, you are able to recall very easily a number of folds and clefts in the landscape that you as a group are able to traverse, staying completely out of the sight of where the slight rise and hillock that holds this ruined outpost. And you are able to get within just a few hundred feet to the northwest. And before you kind of are all able to sort of peek out over the top of a hedgerow and see in the distance the same ruined towers and pockmarked stone crumbled walls that Midnight or Nyx had previously described to you.
Just as flavor, before we left, when I was tying up Horse, I told Horse that Sunshine was in charge and to listen to her.
Okay.
I specifically told Sunshine that anyway.
Is Sunshine an ordinary horse, or is she like any kind of special paladin mount? I'm not sure what level you get that at.
I believe that's 5. Help me out here, Octavian.
That sounds right. Yeah, I don't think you have it yet. I think
No,
you still have first level
she's just
spells.
a normal big horse.
Okay.
Yeah, Fine Seed is a second level, so they would have to be 5, I think, or 4.
Okay. Yeah, cool. Okay, so yeah, she is just an ordinary horse, but you are able to leave her in charge of this small impromptu herd that your mounts have formed as you all circle around and arrive within the forested outskirts on the slight rise above you. As I said, all of you can see the ruined stone of this distant tower. If you want to approach closer, I will require stealth checks.
Let's get sneaky.
Is this like a group effort?
Yes, yeah, this is a group effort, so I will like everybody roll, and then
Great.
we'll take kind of a average, which Calcifer is
don't
bringing
worry.
down.
Don't worry, I'm gonna bring that down too.
Don't worry, I did too.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
We're not very stealthy.
So
Hold on, I haven't rolled my stupid thing.
Natural 20. Natural 20.
Not quite, but I got a 20.
I think Nyx is actually so focused on trying to keep Larium quiet that he's not paying attention to what he's doing.
Yeah, I'm sort of just going along. You're like holding on to me or trying to stop me from stepping on something, and then you're just getting dragged along with them.
Yeah, unfortunately, your group are not built for stealth. And as you all sort of are creeping through the woods, trying to approach closer to this tower, kind of one of Lorium's protruding horns kind of catches on a branch as you get to within about 100 feet of the corner of this tower. And you kind of just instinctually wrench your head, and there's a loud ripping, tearing sound as the branch comes free and clatters onto the forest floor. And you see one of now 2 figures that were hefting a chest onto the back of the wagon. His head whips up, and there's just this moment as he makes direct eye contact with you in the shadow of the forest, and he just goes, "Alarm!" And we are going to need everybody to roll for initiative, please. Let me just get the combat encounter started.
Hell yeah.
The scream that you just did, by the way, didn't come through for anyone but me, because I heard you in the other room.
Oh, so he just screams, "Alarm!"
He screams alarm.
William's right, just like there's no need for that. Let's see.
Ooh.
Hey, not bad.
Calcifer will look at Lorium and after the little incident with the twig, and he'll
So,
go,
one
"My
second.
word."
Sorry, Nyx, I accidentally rolled for you on initiative, so if you want to just roll 1d20 and and tell me what it should be, or I mean, technically it was my mistake, you can take the 24 if you'd like.
I would like to take the 24, please.
I had a feeling that might be your answer.
I would like to leave it on, please.
And actually, you know what? It is daytime, so give me 1 second. I may actually be able to fix the vision issue. Given that it is daylight, you should have perfect line of sight.
Also, Andrew, I did click the button, but I think it was at the time you were doing it, so I think that was actually me.
Oh, well, either way. So you guys all should be able to actually see pretty much anything that is not obscured right now, correct?
Da.
Yes.
Wunderbar. Okay, so top of the round, this chap just here is the one that, like, him and his compatriot had just kind of plunked a chest down onto the bed of this wagon. When he looks up, sees Lorium kind of sees Lorium shaking his head, having just wrenched it free from the tree. Given his yell of alarm, and he is reaching down to where at his waist he has a heavy mole kind of strapped to his belt. Top of the round. Midnight. What do you do?
Well, they're down here, right?
They are
I
down here, yeah.
I
You
see
can
them.
see them, yeah.
I am going to use my bonus action to dash.
Okay, your move speed is 30, so that would get you 60 feet.
By the way, just a
which is-
quick note.
Wait, no, that's not how that. Wait, yes, continue. I gotta look at something.
So, actually, that would get you to this one, the northern of this pair, the northern two of this pair. You would be able to get to this spot right here with your bonus action of dash.
Quick note, my token's not on the screen, so I can't see shit.
Oh, wait. I think I should have everybody on here. Is it
I see you.
Yeah, I don't have control, I guess.
Oh, my bad. Give me 2 ticks.
There's no problem.
Lorium, there we go.
Yeah, we kind of need you right now.
Yeah, when he wrenched his horn out, or when he wrenched that branch off the tree, he totally said, "Fuck you, tree!" That was it.
Do you have control now?
I do not. It's still, like, I don't see him. I don't see anybody. I just see all your little cursors.
If you look at the top, are you looking at the top left of the map?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. Let me try just deleting and re-adding you then. Lorium.
I just drag myself.
Is that-
There we go. Yep.
Cool beans.
Can I ask for a rule determination, by the way?
Absolutely.
Actually, it should be. It's actually pretty straightforward. Actually, the feline agility, I can move double my speed until the end of my turn. I can do that on the first round of combat. Yes.
I mean, read out the scripting, but I don't see any reason why not.
When you move on your turn in combat, you can double your speed until the end of the turn. Once you use this trait, you can't use it again until you move 0 feet on one of your turns.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. You could use that this round, no problem.
Or woot.
I'm just gonna reload because I still couldn't see, like, any other tokens but mine.
Oh, bizarre, yes.
I could see the whole map, but yeah.
Okay, well, you are, oh, and actually, you haven't rolled for initiative either, so yeah, we will hold fire
Oh, I did?
until...
Oh, I did roll. And
Oh,
it said,
no.
15.
You deleted it.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, so roll again, and I will set it to 15.
Okay,
if
thank you.
I can. If I can figure out how
Okay,
to do
now
that.
I can see everything. Thank God.
Excellent.
Larm is just blind the entire fight.
Sounds about right.
Hang on, let me... If I can clear your initiative, and then...
It's like you took the one eye thing really
dang
literally.
it. Doesn't it update combatant, maybe?
He's now
There
on
we go.
20.
15. Update. There we go. Okay, 15, as you
Okay.
will. Okay, so... as I said, so the man yells, "Alarm!" and is reaching down for this mole, this heavy warhammer that appears to be strapped to his waist. But Nyx, you keyed up for this encounter, and already alert and aware of the dangers that you may face, are able to get the jump on any other actions. Your turn.
Under
sir.
his breath, he just goes, "Shit," and then he will cunning action dash, and I'll move 60 feet south to this rather large tree. I'll move myself.
Go for it, sir. Yeah, you are able to get yourself into cover behind that tree, no problem.
While I was go in. If I had a clearer shot from than where I am, because I assume the cart has given him some cover.
Yeah, not anything like 3/4 cover or anything like that, because it's just kind of the traces in the corner that are blocking your view of him. But he will get a +2 to his armor class.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I will shoot at him with my short bow.
Okay, roll your attack, sir.
Maybe.
What is that? A 17 hits, even with his cover. He's just wearing, you can now see that you're close to him, he's wearing just a rather shoddy suit of what looks to be leathers. And as you release, he's kind of just looking up from his friend. You would not get sneak attack, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't know why it did sneak attack. It should just be the 8 damage.
No worries. Yeah, so that guy is kind of peering into the forest. He didn't see you guys as clearly. He's peering into the forest, reaching down, and your arrow streaks out, takes him in the shoulder, and he spins around with a grunt of pain. Next, you guys see coming around this northern edge. There we go. You see the rest of you, not you, Midnight, but the rest of you see coming around the northern side of the wall here, the robed figure that Midnight mentioned. Indeed, in his right hand he holds what looks to be a large kind of barbed bullwhip, while in his left he has drawn a what looks to be a long curved dagger. And seeing you, seeing all of you coming out to the edge of the woods, he snarls and cracks his whip and yells, "Gothan!" in this loud, guttural voice. Do any of you speak Goblinoid?
Nope.
No.
No. Then, yes, you just hear him make this loud, guttural bark. And that is all you see him do on his turn as he rounds the side. Next up, the bandit, having taken your arrow in his shoulder, snarls as he snatches up his maul and yells, "You're gonna pay for that, you bastard!" and starts charging toward you. However, that is 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He cannot reach you with a single move, and therefore will have to use his action, charging up to you, swinging his maul back in preparation for a strike at you. Naira, you're up. And then it is going to be one of them, and then Lorium, you're going to be on deck next.
Yup.
Naira is going to... first, she's going to sort of look at Lorium and say, I trust you'll keep us safe. And you actually feel inspired by that.
You can't see it because of the mask, but you notice his cheeks are risen. He is smiling heavily.
And then... how far is that? Hold on. I've lost...
The bandit that is attacking Midnight is 70 feet from you.
Brilliant. So I am going to... yeah. Brandish my weapon as I run up here. And I'm going to attempt to stab the young man with my rapier.
Is Bardic Inspiration a bonus action?
Yes.
Then you would not have your bonus action available to use the dash, unfortunately. You would have to use your action.
I didn't dash. I used...
oh, your feline agility. My mistake.
Agility, which
Yep.
is not a bonus action.
No, you are right. That is just a thing you can do. Okay, I withdraw the comment.
I just
roll your attack.
Sprinted.
Yeah, with this amazing sudden burst of unnatural grace, the rest of you just see Naira just vanish leaving this trail of scattered leaves and twigs in her wake as she suddenly appears at her brother's side. And roll your attack.
I'm trying to figure out where the fuck is my attack on this thing?
I believe it will actually be under your inventory. If you click on your Sterling Stinger and then hit the attack, that will allow you to roll.
Thank you so much. I assume a 20 hits?
It does. You come flashing out of this undergrowth, rapier extended. Roll your damage. Or, sorry, I don't mean to take your flavor away from you, by the way. Feel free to describe it yourself.
But I also get sneak attack damage with that, so that's an 1d6.
Correct. Roll. Yeah. Midnight is providing you with that ability.
Hey!
So that's 12 points of damage. So I just come in and I sort of just poke him with my rapier.
Yeah.
And I'll say, I will accept your surrender.
So yeah, this guy was raising up his maul, ready to swing at your brother, and just completely unprepared for the speed with which you appeared at his side. Your rapier just takes him low in the ribs, and you hear him snarl and roar in pain as you skewer him and swiftly withdraw it. A gout of blood kind of just gushing out over the leaves and
right in his armpit.
Yeah, just right above where the plate of leather that would normally guard his side was. Just a precision strike. He is still up, but he is now swaying back in pain from this blow that he's been struck.
Damn, I can still take one more fight, and I'm gonna move there.
Okay. Next. You see... Oh, sorry, did somebody want to say something there? No? Okay.
Nope.
Next, you see, jumping out from this small northern entrance, another figure appears, wielding in his hands a crossbow. He lines it up on... Let me just quickly roll. He lines it up on Uther, and will take loose a bolt. Does a 12 hit?
Misses.
But in his haste, the bolt just fires high and wide, and you hear it clatter against a branch above you. Lorium, I believe, you are up next.
Yeah. With his extremely limited movement, he'll just move right there. And then, casting Thaumaturgy, he'll just shout, "Come on, you bastards! Just take a swing." He doesn't have his sword out, he only has his shield.
Okay. By the way, guys, in combat, somebody just let me know that I was rolling privately. In combat, if I am doing that for regular attack rolls and stuff, please do let me know. Some rolls I will want to do privately, but in combat generally I'm going to be rolling in the open, so do let me know if I forget to switch that over.
Okay.
Okay, are you holding your action or anything, Lorium, or are you just going to move there?
He casted Thaumaturgy to make his voice boom fucking... What is it? It's just a thunderous boom of a voice, and I guess he can't really do much from here.
I mean, technically you could see if that intimidates.
Yeah, no, go ahead and roll me an intimidation check.
Alright.
Nice.
Whew. You do actually see these two that you can see here. The bandit that just fired at Uther and the one that initially spotted your approach. They were both, like, that one had kind of pulled his weapon out, and you see them both kind of take a sort of half step back in surprise at this cacophonous voice that emanates from you as you step forward. They seem somewhat taken aback by the confidence that you display. However, one thing that is not taken aback, let me just measure this, is the great slavering direwolf that charges around the corner here. You all see as it rushes past this red-robed figure and the bandit wielding the crossbow. Again, using it cannot get the whole distance up to you. However, it is very agile on its feet, and it is able to close the distance with Lorium. Its snarling, slavering jaws open, seeking your throat as it rushes forward. But it is not able to attack quite yet. As the other one, who took a step back, let me actually, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and roll a will save for this guy. And he is actually just going to kind of hesitate, holding the hammer in his hand, looking around at everything that has happened to him. And I'm going to say he wastes his initiative with that 24. Kelsifer, you're up.
Are you talking?
Yes, I was. Sorry. I move over here, and was it able to, from that distance to hear this guy shouting commands?
Roll me a perception check. It's not a particularly hard check, given that he was shouting. Yes, you very clearly heard him use the word Gothan as he kind of cracked the whip in his hand.
Okay. Huh. Could try to do a little something. But it is a no-no. He's trying to be sneaky about it. So...
I'm gonna need a decision from you.
I know. Buck, I'm going to cast... I'm gonna cast Ray of Frost.
Okay. On who?
Hold up, actually, let me see if I can actually make that. 90 feet, so no. On the wolf.
Okay. A 17 does hit. Go ahead and roll your damage.
I believe his movement is reduced by 10.
Okay. Yeah, so you throw your hand forward and this beam of energy kind of lances out and scrapes down the flank of the wolf, which kind of flinches to the side in its charge, yelping slightly as you see its fur kind of crystallize and stiffen underneath the cold of your spell. Next up, oop, whoopsie, no, he is certainly not.
Wait, and I hide behind the tree.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay. Next, you see, that's 10, 20, 30. You see another bandit emerge from this western entrance. I know directions. Again, this one wielding what looks to be a large kind of club in both of his hands. Looking around, he sees his accomplice here being assaulted by the two of you. And we'll go 10, 20, 30, and starts rushing forward, mole upraised. But that is all he is able to do on his turn. Uther, you're up.
Are you talking?
I was. I'm gonna rush my feet way 30 feet that away. Gonna see this guy running so hard to attack him over there, and I'm gonna hit him with a Dissonant Whispers.
roll your... Oh, hang on. Did I forget to add these two? Ah.
Ooh. Actually, before I roll, I'm gonna sling it at the wolf.
Okay. And sorry, yeah, I just realized I had left a couple of people out of the initiative order, but that was my bad, so we will say that they missed this first round. And you Dissonant Whisper is on the wolf. Okay, that is a will save,
Yes.
I believe.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Oh.
Do I catch this?
Give me an Arcana check.
Oh, I don't.
And the wolf certainly does not save, not with a 3. So roll your
Nice.
damage, sir. Okay, so
10 points, and it has to use its reaction to run 30 feet away from me.
okay. 10, 20, 30. So yeah, again, you guys have seen this before now, set a couple times, having accompanied Uther in several different fights, and you see his mouth open, and his words seem to take form, twisting the air between him and this giant slavering beast, which cringes back with a yelp of pain, its paws scritching onto the ground as it scatters backwards, with blood starting from its nostrils and eyes, as you see it shaking its head in pain and confusion at what's been done to it.
Can I take a reaction?
You do.
It is, well, isn't it forced movement, or does it take,
Because it uses its reaction, so if I cast it on someone who, like, counterspelled, they wouldn't have to move.
Well,
So,
let me see.
And they're using their own movement. I mean, you can double check or rule against, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
You know what? We'll say that it does incur an opportunity attack, given that it is not, like, technically it is moving under its own power. So yeah, we will say that Dissonant Whisper's reaction do incur attacks of opportunity. So, Laurium, you did not have your sword drawn, unfortunately.
Nope.
So it is
I
an
could
unarmed
still do.
attack.
Can I, instead for the unarmed attack, can I just underarm or overarm grab it by the neck?
You can attempt to grapple. So
Yep.
first of all, roll your attack.
Alright. I will have to do... Can I even do that? You know what? I'm just gonna roll a D... Nope, it's right here. Never mind. Sorry.
Cool.
24.
Yeah, roll opposed strength checks to grapple the beast. It is fairly strong, however.
It is, but I'm stronger.
My goodness, yes you are, sir. So as this great beast, and by great I mean it is like 6 foot tall at the shoulder, so it is like the size of a horse. You see it's like shaking its head in agony and starting to scamper backwards. You just reach out and kind of grab it by the scruff of its neck, and are able to hold it in place.
And he would just put his face right up to it and just say, "Shit, puppy." And his voice is still booming.
Okay.
And with my final thing, bonus action, I'm just gonna go, Nix, would you mind clearing them out as you get an inspiration?
Ooh.
Okay, so that is Laurium and Nyx, both with inspiration. Coming back to the top of the round, since those two southern guards lost their initiative this round, Midnight, you're up.
All right. Seeing as this dude is right here between my sister and I will I will draw my short sword and just stab him.
Roll your attack, sir, with advantage for flanking.
Oh, nice.
That is absolutely a hit. So, yep, roll your damage with sneak attack. Well, doesn't actually really matter what you roll for sneak attack, because he had 5 hit points left.
As he drops, Nyx will playfully look at Naira and just go, "Well, that's one for me. Keep up." And then he will use his movement to scamper up the tree.
Okay.
The look I am giving you. Oh, by the way, can we say just before combat started, you all saw Naira take off her gloves and put them in her pocket?
Yes,
she's
you were
getting
well
serious.
aware. You were well aware that combat was going to start, so I'm absolutely happy to say that you could have done that in the approach.
Thank you.
So yeah,
And
Naira just tucks them into her belt before combat starts.
Now,
And she will be like, I helped!
I do have a question. I would like to use my uncanny action to hide
Okay.
in the tree.
Roll a stealth then.
That's a perception. Oh,
I'm rolling
Oh,
perception for the people that are
right,
nearby.
gotcha.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Okay. Yeah, you scamper up among the canopy and believe yourself to be relatively well hidden, sir.
That is my turn.
Okay. So next is the figure in the red robe, who, now that you are getting a better look at him, you can see inside the hood of this red robe, it appears to be a human, quite tall and thin, as Midnight mentioned, with a gaunt, sharp-featured face set in this imperious, kind of haughtily angered expression. Stares out at you from within the depths of this hood. And as he sees all of you approaching and scattering into combat, he kind of raises the hand that has the dagger in it, and none of you actually know the language that he talks. Oh, well, actually, do any of you speak Draconic or Abyssal?
I believe I do.
I do.
I do.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I speak Draconic.
No, I don't. Never mind.
I speak Abyssal.
Oh, wow, okay. So both Naira and Laurium, you both, the words he's speaking aren't precisely the language that you recognize, especially given the fact that he is yelling them in the heat of combat and you're both engaged in fighting yourselves, but they bear the ring of familiarity as he raises his hand, and you see a glow of energy swirling around his arm, and he goes, Vandash Mandelathol, and casts a bolt of arcane energy toward you, Calcifer. However,
Silvery barbs. Oh, never mind.
He's so used to it.
However, hidden behind the tree as you are, this bolt kind of smashes into it, smashing splinters out into the air, and you see the wood itself kind of wither and kind of dissolve away from the point of impact. Before
Did you say lightning bolt?
No, a bolt of some kind of arcane energy leaving his hand and smashing into the tree that you were sheltering behind, before he ducks back down to the south. And that is his go. Naira, you are next up.
I am going to raise my crossbow, and I'm going to take steady aim at this one, but I'm going to hold my action and to when he approaches just a little bit closer, because I need him in within 30 feet.
Okay, no problem. You are holding your action for his advance.
So yeah, when he moves 5 feet forward. By the way, are we using the steady aim? So to there, by the way.
Yeah.
Are we using the steady aim variant rule, or?
Remind me what that one is again?
As long as I don't move for the rest of my turn, I get advantage because I said steady aim.
Yes, yeah.
It
that's
uses a
fine.
bonus action, of course.
Yes.
Yes.
No, yeah, we are absolutely using that rule for rogues.
Woot.
Hell yeah.
Okay, cool. So you are holding your action until his advance. Next up, this bandit here.
Oh, but can I do want to taunt him toward me, by the way. I'll be like, I don't know. I don't have any idea what I'm saying, but I will taunt him toward me.
Okay. Roll me a persuasion.
$17.
Okay. Yeah, you see, like, he was actually looking a little bit startled at the spectacle of midnight just suddenly disappearing from view. But you are able to deliver a cutting epithet that you feel definitely has drawn his eyes to you.
Aren't I clever?
Next up, this bandit on the north kind of comes in so that he is in cover along the angle of the tower here, levels his crossbow as he cocks it to rearm. And
Was he frightened of me?
That one, well, he wasn't actually frightened. He was slightly reluctant to attack you and draw your attention. Because you didn't technically use an action to do it. It was just kind of flavor. But he is, however, reluctant to attack you, and therefore will direct his attack at Calcifer as he releases another bolt.
Sorry, buddy.
It's okay.
But once again, the tree proves your salvation as thunk, the bolt wastes itself uselessly against the bark. Laurium, you're up.
What's Big Puppy doing?
It's just kind of snarling and shaking its head to try and get out of your grip. Its jaws
Still
kind
trying
of
to bite.
gnashing at you.
All right, well, your choice. And he'll take out his sword and strike it down. Do I have an advantage for grappled target?
No, because you would need to release the grapple in order to draw your sword and attack.
Just making sure.
This is supposed to be a hard encounter.
Well, I'm just a badass bitch. You gotta understand. Oh, but a 1 was rolled.
Oh. Okay. Whoops. 4, there we go. So, yeah.
Make it spicy.
Okay, go ahead and make it spicy, sir.
Octavian already knows.
Oh yeah.
Double that damage.
There it is. How do I roll the damage?
You can just do a /R 2d8. I'm assuming it's the
Thank
first
you.
level you're expending.
Yeah, that's all I got.
Oh yeah, of
That'd be
course. You're
48.
level 3.
Oh no!
Oh, but that's true. No, it is actually 4d8 because you hit with a crit.
Oh yeah, true.
All right.
So roll an extra 2d8, sir.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, okay. That is absolutely
34
more
damage.
damage than it has left. You just raise, as you kind of release it, draw your sword over your shoulder. It bursts into purple flame as you bring it down, channeling your power into it. Cleaves into the, it's raising up this snarling mouth at you, and your sword just cleaves into its jaws and seems to chop its head practically in half as you bring your sword down, and it falls limp to the ground in front of you.
Bad puppy. And he will actually... Nah, no he won't. He's just going to continue walking over here for 30 feet. Hi, little guy. And in his turn.
Okay. Next up, this bandit that had initially recoiled from Laurium's booming voice seems to rally, gripping his maul with renewed intent. And Naira, being the closest one that he can see, he will move 10, 20, 30.
Oh yeah, that's not the dude I was aiming at. Damn it.
No, unfortunately not. But he is not able to attack, but he does run up to you. Again, this heavy warhammer in his hand, raised high as he prepares to strike. But that is all he can manage on his turn. Calcifer, you're up.
Grand. I will move. No. Oh, over here and hide below the branches of this
Okay,
tree.
if you want to be in cover, there you're just kind of under the canopy. It wouldn't actually be providing you any cover. If you wanted to be a couple, like in this square above you, that I would say you could be behind the trunk.
Okay. Do I see what's his face?
No, you do not from your vantage point.
Did he go in here?
You saw him disappear around the side here, so kind of ducking back through this gap, but he is currently hidden by the corner of the wall, so you do not see him.
Okay.
You can only see this chap, and then these two to the south of you.
Okay. I will cast Ray of Frost.
Okay, roll me your attack, sir. Against who? I'm seeing
Against
this
the
closest
direwolf.
one. Okay. Oh, well, the direwolf is dead.
Oh, against this guy, sorry.
Okay. So yeah, you let forth another blast of arcane energy, but the guy is kind of crouching back against the angle of the tower, cocking his crossbow again as Lorium rapidly approaches, and out of concern for hitting your new companion, your beam goes high and wide, tracing this curlicue of frost across the old stone of the tower, but not dealing any damage, unfortunately. Next up, you, Midnight, and Naira see these two that were low suddenly kind of seem to come aware to the danger that has now approached from the north, and this guy moves up 10, 25 into cover behind the cart, his bow leveled across the back of it, and he can really only see Uther and Naira, so let's do a quick and we'll shoot at Uther, releasing another crossbow bolt.
What is the range on those crossbows?
80
feet.
decent.
Yeah,
They
it's
got
80
decent
feet.
range, yeah.
But
Nice.
again, these guys are apparently somewhat unnerved by this sudden and unexpected assault from a direction in which they had no watch. And once again, the crossbow bolt fires uselessly into the foliage.
Why doesn't RL ever roll like this? RL, could you take note?
Nah, he just rolls max damage on
No,
fucking my
you'll
hit.
need to die my campaign.
So this guy, how far away is he? Okay, 10, 20, 30. Yeah, he would not quite be able to reach. So yeah, this guy, again, is rushing forward now once again, the maul raised in his hands. Apparently unaware of your brother, crouched in the trees above him. He runs around.
No.
Oh, you're
I
right.
take
Sorry,
my
he
action.
gets to here. His maul raised as he charges forward, and your steady aim fires off. And it would be here. So roll your attack with advantage.
Which also means if I hit, which I may not do. Nope. Damn.
No, unfortunately not. You fire your bolt, but as I said, he's wearing kind of a patchwork of leather and plate, and your bolt just so happens, as he's kind of running forward, your bolt just seems to catch one of the sections of plate in his armor and ping, skip off the plate as he moves around to behind you. The two of them kind of a dark, surly laugh bubbling up from his throat. He goes, "We got you now, kitty." Uther, you're up.
I'll just keep making my way 10. Get all the way to here, and I'll. What one called her Kitty?
This
The one on my left.
Yeah, on the left.
I'll just twist my hands and snarl as I'll let loose a dissonant whispers on him.
Okay, let him roll his wisdom saving throw. And these guys are apparently completely unprepared for this kind of psychic assault. As you see, once again, the air twist as your words take form between you and he reels back, blood starting from his nose and eyes spurting from his ears, his mole wavering in the air in front of him. But he does not fall.
As I'll just say, run away to him.
Which means I get an opportunity attack.
Oh crap, you're right. Yep. I forgot. I keep on forgetting about that little side effect there. So roll your opportunity attack with your rapier.
Opportunity attack with rogues is the fucking best.
Does it guarantee? Does opportunity attack guarantee sneak attack? I thought it was only...
Nope.
Yeah, no, okay. Thank God. You go to hell.
I'm just sad.
You go to hell and you die. Roll your critical as this guy reels back, his all thought of defense apparently forgotten, as he leaves himself wide open and you spear forward with your rapier.
I did 12 points of damage. No sneak attack, I don't think.
Okay, no, unfortunately no sneak attack, and he is still up, but as he withdraws, your rapier catches him just kind of beneath the neck, and as he reels back and he pulls himself off the blade, and you just watch this arc of blood shoot up as he reels back, just splattering down the front of his armor as he's wavering on his feet.
And then in my turn.
Okay. You see another figure emerge from within, taking up station behind this wagon and leveling a crossbow as he places a bolt in the run. But that is apparently all he has time for on his turn. Before the final, or yet another figure, the second of the guards that was facing south, moves up. Actually, how far is that? Let me just quickly check this. Yeah, in fact, he will move only to there, and will go ahead and take a shot at you, Uther, having just seen you cast this spell. Does a 14 hit?
14 misses.
Damn.
Holy crap. Once again, you are apparently a very difficult target as you flit between the shrubs and trunks of the forest clearing, of the edge of this forest clearing, and once again, crossbow bolt sails uselessly past you. Which brings us back to the top of the round, Midnight. You are in the tree.
Midnight is just gonna drop down, which I assume will use some of my movement.
Yeah, I'll say it uses 10 feet of your movement to drop down, and then if you can also move, up to 5 feet in any direction as you drop.
I'm gonna drop down right beside this guy here. I believe I was hidden from him, and I'm going to take my short sword as I fall to the ground and come up with a stab.
Okay. Roll your attack, sir, and I believe because he was unaware of you, that is at advantage.
And as he does that, I will say, "Oh, nice. Have you met my brother?"
I heard the thud.
I'm back, baby!
Roll your sneak attack critical, sir.
It's the best.
Oh wait, did it not do my snack attack that time?
It did not.
One
so yeah.
second.
Go ahead and
4d6.
roll that. Okay.
18 points of damage, and then with the remainder of my movement, I will circle around him to where I am flanking with my sister,
Okay.
and
By the
I'll
way,
attack him with my offhand dagger.
as your bonus action. Okay. Roll your attack, sir, with again advantage because you are now flanking.
And I will have said, "Have you met my brother? He's very protective of me."
Does a 15 hit?
Well, 16.
16. And yes, it does, sir. So roll your dagger stab.
Wait, why did that sneak attack?
Well, it should.
It doesn't, because I only get it once per
round.
turn.
Oh, right,
Yeah, or
right.
round. So, just 1 point of damage.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, your first blow was utterly devastating to this man, and there's now like where you took him underneath, sort of, like your sword sort of just slipped into his side underneath the lower edge of his leather breastplate. And there's now blood pouring down him as he like tried to turn and then winces back as you just slice him across the cheek with your dagger.
And that's my turn.
Okay.
He's opening doors.
You all hear from the far side of this little tower. Once again, this now familiar booming voice of the red-robed figure as he yells once more, "Gothan!"
We're about to get busy on this side.
And Naira, you're up.
Well, Naira is going to attack this nice gentleman in front of me.
By the way, guys, I know I give a lot of flavor to attacks and things like that, and I describe them a lot. If you would prefer to do any of your own descriptions or anything like that, please don't let me take that glory away from you. So
yeah.
do just go right ahead and describe it if you've got something special in mind.
I forgot it on the smite, but I'll remember it for the next time.
So I put myself into a sort of proper attack pose and one hand raised, and then I go for a lunge attack here.
Roll
At
your attack
advantage.
with
I'm
advantage,
flanking.
indeed.
15?
15 does hit.
Wonderful. And since I had advantage, I should also get
You do
sneak
get
attack.
your 2d6 as well.
1d6. I've just got
Oh,
the one roll.
Of course, yeah.
But I do 14 points damage.
Your sword takes him somewhere vital, and down he goes. Please feel free to describe
So
it.
I lunge forward and I go in again. I find a weak part in the armor, or actually, no. I go up through the soft area under his chin and just stick my rapier straight up into his head.
Okay, yeah, like reeling as he is from your brother's unexpected assault, his head is neatly cocked back, and you are very easily able to.
And then I look at Nyx and I say, I believe we're even now.
Nice form.
As this man
Thank
just
you.
crumples to the ground between you like a puppet that has had its strings cut. Lorian, the bandit in front of you, as you approach, your sword raised, drops the crossbow and pulls out a blade of his own, taking a swing at you.
Ooh, a scimitar.
Oh, does a 20
Actually
hit.
hits. Actually hits.
Frickin' finally. You take 3 points of damage.
Man, if I had heavy armor mastered, that would be 0.
His blade, like curved as it is, it's designed for slashing through, just flesh and light armor. It doesn't seem to be able to properly penetrate the heavy plate that you're wearing.
I do love a good curve.
And now you may retort, sir. You being up, Calcifer, you're on deck.
Okay, so
Well, Lorian first.
Wait.
You're after.
Oh, sorry.
So he dropped the crossbow on the ground.
Yes, and has now rather ineffectually swatted at you with his scimitar.
Cool. I'm going to try to attack him, but I'm going to put the sword away real quick, and I'm just going to roll for a hit. If it hits, I'll do the thing.
Okay.
Oh! Does a 14 hit him?
It actually does, yes.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, I'm grappling. And so we'll see if it succeeds, all right?
By the way, there's some feedback.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine.
Okay, let me roll a strength check for him.
All right. So what he does is he rushes in, places his right foot on his left foot, or his right foot, takes his shield, bashes it into the inside of his elbow, takes the sword away from him, or he grabs his hand, hand, twists, and then just pulls him with him.
You just to be clear, grapple in 5th edition. With the first check, you basically have only been able to kind of lay hands on and restrain him. He is still free to use his sword on his turn. You would need to succeed on a second grapple check in order to properly kind of stop him from being able to act.
Okay, sorry, used to different rules. I'm
No,
going to.
Me too. It's very different in previous editions. You can retcon that whole turn if you would prefer with that knowledge.
Oh no, he's going to do the same thing, but grab him by the arm and then reach him or pull him in, and then just put his left arm around his neck and just carry him over here.
Okay. So yeah, you got hold of this guy's offhand and the scruff of his shirt, and he's kind of just staring up at you, somewhat wide-eyed, like the scimitar kind of forgotten in his other hand as you just yank him around the corner of this building.
Real fucking pretty, isn't it? Calcifer, this one's for you.
And Calcifer,
As
you're
he's
up.
just holding him against his chest.
Calcifer will smile at Ariam, and he will twirl his way over here, getting a full side of this motherfucker over here. Oops, sorry, did not need to open that.
No worries. Oh, they are open. You had actually closed it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. And feeling that he's a safe distance away from the rest of the group, I'm going to quicken spell Mind Sliver.
Okay.
Okay.
Cast your spell, sir.
And then I'm going to cast Suggestion. And his eyes will glow purple. He will point his wand as he trains his focus on this person. He has to make a DC intelligence save or
Yeah,
have
1 second. He's
disadvantage,
doing
yada,
it
yada,
for
you know.
the. Okay, so he does actually save against Mind Sliver.
Okay, hopefully.
So that means that there is no effect of that, correct?
I believe so. Let me make sure.
Oh, and actually, let me just check something.
There you go. Oops, I didn't mean to cast it
Okay,
again.
yeah, you are just in range for that Mind Sliver.
Okay. I didn't check anything. Anywho, I'm going to cast. Suggestion is 30 feet. I didn't fucking see that. Oh, that hurts me. Okay, that hurts me
quick
so
though, right?
much.
You are within 30 feet of this chap that Lorium is holding for you. So you could use your
loving
suggestion
embrace.
there, or you could again do something else. You would, if you were to cast Ray of Frost, you would have advantage because he is restrained.
Let me see. Okay. That's coolio. That's coolio. My bad. I'm gonna cast Hideous Laughter on the guy he's holding.
Okay, that is a Wisdom save
Yes.
or Charisma. Okay. Oh wait, not an ability check. He makes the save, unfortunately.
I
So
hate my life so much right now. So much.
yeah, you project your mind forward, casting your power at him, but possibly simply because he is so overwhelmed by the presence of this giant tiefling that is holding him by the scruff of his shirt. You just feel your power kind of sliding off his mind, not quite able to gain purchase.
I mean, same.
And I guess for the rest of my turn, I will hide behind a tree.
Okay.
Yeah, you may want to back up a bit with that shit going on.
Down to the south here, this bandit, having seen two of his companions go down, snarls as he cocks his crossbow again, raises it and takes aim at the newly appeared Midnight, and will let loose another crossbow bolt. But once again, these, you don't know if it is simply unfamiliarity with these weapons, but they do not seem to be having the best of luck pinning you down in the shadows of the canopy. And another bolt is wasted in the trees. However, you, Calcifer, see, in response to the command that was previously given, this direwolf let loose a snarling howl as it emerges from its cage, turns, and begins to charge toward you. So that's 10, 15, 20, 25,
Am I
30,
not
35.
hidden?
You did not have an action to actually hide, so you are in cover, ducked behind the tree, but you did not have enough kind of action left to do an actual hide check.
Got a tasty snack for him right here.
Unfortunately,
downside of
Calcifer
those-
is the only one that it can see
Yep,
right now,
yep.
so it will take a dash action. It cannot attack you this turn, but this enormous, slavering wolf is bounding towards you, his glowing red eyes fixed on you in hunger and rage.
Oh no.
This bandit, meanwhile, to the south, having bleeding heavily from all the wounds he has taken, his his face just a bloody mess from the dissonant whispers that rattled his brain, is just going to keep right on going to the south and disappear off the map.
I mean, how far did he get?
A full 60 feet, so he was 90 feet away from you.
90 feet?
90 feet.
Does he disappear off the map for that? Because I can technically reach him.
10, 20. Well, technically, you know what? He is like 5 feet away from the edge of the map. So yeah, if you are that
I'm just
committed to
saying.
his death, he is still available. And let me re-add him to the combat there. Boop. Boop. Combatant. He was on, I believe, 10. There we go. Okay, but Uther, you are up next.
We can't hear you.
Oh, I'm gonna move my 30 over to here.
As you step forward to there, as you finish your movement, you and only you hear a faint and familiar ching, the tinkling of coins against each other.
Do I seem to get a feeling out of which one?
No, just a general sense of presence.
Ah, this suddenly becomes much more fun, gentlemen. You've already chosen too poorly. As I'm going to snarl out these two right here. Oh, can't ping. Yes, those two.
Yeah.
And I'm going to hit them with a shatter.
Okay, I think actually you can probably... Oh, I thought it was a cone. Is it just a radius?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, well, it is a 20... Oh, yeah, okay, 20 feet. So, never mind, yeah. That is a... yeah, okay, 10 feet. Yeah, sorry. Okay, never mind. We're good. And they need to roll a DC 15 Constitution. Okay. First one fails. The second one also fails, as they are apparently entirely unprepared for this form of assault. And yeah.
And then bonus action, I'm just going to turn after I see it thunderously impact them like recoil. And I'm just going to go, Naira, I think we should mop this up quickly. As I smile, you see that I do look rather frightening, as though my blood is really pumping at this point. As you get an inspiration. And then in my turn.
And well, as a result of your shatter, as this concussion bursts out from a point in space, you see it kind of reverberate in the timbers of the wagons that explode into a shower of zipping splinters. One of which catches this northern member. You just see a line of them kind of stitch their way up, and blood gout from his neck as a long, foot-long splinter of wood gouges into him, and his crossbow falls from his hands as he falls to the ground. The other one looking certainly not happy, but still on his feet.
Wondrous.
However, the third one that was not caught in your spell raises his crossbow, snarling, and will once again fire a bolt at you.
Misses.
But once again, your lithe elven form dancing around the battlefield appears to elude them. And the bolt wastes itself in the forest behind you. However, Calcifer, you are dismayed to see the second wolf emerge from its cage, following the command that it was given, you being the closest and only visible target. It moves 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 40.
This fucker's gonna make me waste spells.
And
don't worry about it.
Will charge up to join its companion, unable to attack you, but now two pairs of slavering jaws snapping at you from your perch behind the trees, as the final guard definitely concussed and injured, heavily injured by the shattering blast of Uther's spell, raises his crossbow slightly waveringly and lets loose another bolt. And apparently incensed by the attack, or perhaps simply steadied by the concussion, rolls a 21. I assume that hits.
Against who?
Uther.
Oh, I'm going to reaction Silvery Bob's that, because I can.
Because of course you are.
You see, though, as the arrow arcs through the air, that it just impacts into me like a perfect shot as it just hits and then drops to the ground.
Yeah, you are able to just kind of focus as this bolt approaches you and just bounces uselessly off the black leather of your armor. And who are you going to give your advantage to, sir?
I'm gonna go ahead and give it to Lareem.
Okay. Coming back round to the top of the round, Midnight, you're up.
Seeing that my newly found friend to the north is being harassed by some direwolves, Nyx will just glance at Naira and say, "I'll leave these two to you or these guys to you and Uther," and he will start running towards Calcifer.
It is 65 feet to the closest direwolf, although actually if you want to avoid the man that Lorium is holding, you will need to take a more circuitous route, which will be 75 feet to make sure that you don't enter the threatened area of the bandit that Lorium is grappling with.
Well,
I'm holding them tight. You be fine.
How much, out of curiosity, how much space between that dude, because you could pounce?
Oh yeah, you're like a special tabaxi.
1 second. I just need to measure something.
Yeah, he is grappled, by the way, so he would technically get disadvantage on an opportunity attack if you did decide that you wanted to risk it.
Risk it for the biscuit.
Plus,
Well,
there's
I don't-
probably like 40 silvery barbs waiting to fucking go off, so, you know.
Well, no, I can't. Even with my dash and everything, I can't. I'm trying to go towards the direwolf, and I can't get to anybody. So, I am going to move the 30 feet, and I'm going to bring out my short bow,
Okay.
and I'm going to attack the direwolf, and I'm going to add my inspiration to the attack roll.
Okay. What is the range on the short range on a short bow? Can you
80
double check
feet.
that? Okay, yeah, you're good. You can absolutely add your advantage, no problem. Go ahead and roll your attack, sir.
Oh, no, it's a bardic inspiration, so it'll just add to the roll.
Okay. You do have, don't forget, you do have inspiration and critspiration from the recaps.
True.
Oh my god, I'm going to use the critspiration.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you said I could use it once.
That is, that is an auto natural 20 then, and it is in combat with Calcifer, so you would also get your sneak attack. So
Hold on. It's gonna make me. I have to roll the attack, but 1 second. Hold on. I think I can.
go ahead and just go ahead and roll the attack, and we'll say whatever you roll, it will count as your natural 20 since you're using your critspiration.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna laugh real hard if he rolls a natural 20. I'm just saying.
I mean, that's not a bad roll, but yeah, no.
And then I can, in the thing, I can make it a critical hit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So go ahead and roll critical damage with sneak attack because it is engaged with.
I didn't do
your
the
companion
sneak attack.
Calcifer. Actually, Refresh my memory. Do you need to be within a certain range to get sneak attack, or is it just any attack with where your companion is in combat?
No, if your companion is within 5 feet of it.
Okay, then go ahead and roll your 4d6.
Oh my god.
Oof.
Nice.
Okay. You let loose this arrow and it hits hard. You actually see it take it like right where on a deer or an ordinary wolf this would be a shot straight through the heart, and you see your arrow just embed itself in the flank right up to the fletching as this creature lets you loose this rabid, horrible snarl of pain and anger. Something about its unnatural size and physiology keeping it on its feet, but it is hurt.
And then, after I've shot, I will use my bonus action to dash and move 30 feet closer.
Okay, go ahead and move yourself.
Of course I selected the wrong tool. Wait, was that 30 feet? Yeah. That's my turn.
Okay. Next up, you, Calcifer, see this, the red-robed figure, once again, turning from these crates. And okay. Just need to double check something. Okay. He moves over to this corner, and you once again see him raise his fist, throwing forward another bolt of arcane energy toward you.
Calcifer retorts in his mind. It seems the only thing you're good at is teaching a few. No. It seems like the only thing you're good at is teaching old dogs pull tricks.
And indeed, your words seem to have a ring of truth, as the canopy of this small tree that you had been crouching behind just explodes in this flash of dark kind of spiritual energy that had coalesced in his hand, but now wastes itself on this tree that you are hiding behind. And that is his turn. Naira, you're up.
Well, first thing, I'm gonna shoot a smile over at Uther and say, those are some nifty tricks. Let's see what else you got. And you now have inspiration, sir.
I'll take it.
And then, with, again, a just unnatural burst of speed, she just launches herself right up into this dude's business.
Oh, yeah, because your normal move speed is like 40 feet, right?
Yep, so I can move.
Oh, no,
well,
actually, it says your normal movement is only 30. Is that a mistake in your character sheet, or...?
Oh, no, I shouldn't have given him inspiration. No.
Oh, yeah, because of your bonus.
Right.
I'm gonna have to take it back. I'm sorry, because I have to run down there. So as I can dash as
I'll let you do it this time, because we're still learning all the characters a little bit, so okay.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Boom. And I am going to go ahead and use that Crispiration you said that I could use, and I'm just literally going to try and shank him in the back.
Well, he had 1 hit point left, so, yes. Describe how you take him down.
Alright, I'm not even going to roll, sure. So, as I run up, I'm actually going to slide into him. Which topples him over, and then I'm just going to sort of drive my rapier down into his back.
Yeah, like you come in like a sliding tackle, knocking his feet out from under him, and he just like is in a stumbling run and collapses forward, and is easy prey for you just through his unprotected back. after Naira. Okay. Lorium, this bandit that you have in your grasp, it, like, kind of grips you and tries to wrench himself free of your hands. Give me a strength check, please, sir.
Okay.
However, apparently boggled by your size and just the way you have manhandled him, he's more just kind of like pawing ineffectually at your hands and he's just like, get off me! Get off me! And is completely unable to relinquish your grip on him, and that is unfortunately going to be all he can do on his turn. And now you may do with him as you wish, sir.
Okay. Well, seeing Calcifer getting hounded by hound dogs, Lorium's just gonna look at the guy, put his face real close up against his, and it's like just visual. It's just the fucking like Oni mask, one purple eye that's like got this fucking nasty ass glint in it, and fucking big ass horns covering each side of his face. He's like, drop your fucking weapon and just sit there. I got paid work for you after this is over. And he's just going to push past him.
If you use your bonus action, I will let you roll an intimidate to and actually kind of. And given the rather pathetic attempt he just made to overpower you, I will go ahead, and your mask and everything, I will say you can go ahead and roll that with advantage.
Yay! 18.
And he is going to try and let's make that a charisma saving throw.
Bitch!
Ooh! But he does actually seem to kind of firm his resolve as you release him, and he realizes that he still has his blade in your hand, and you think he will take a swipe at you if you step away.
Don't care.
Okay, he's going to take his swipe. Does an 18 hit?
That just hits. He's about to get hurt.
Oh yeah, of course. Well, he is unaware of that and swings his scimitar at you again, dealing another 4 damage as it catches a little better this time, biting into you.
He, like, you see his shoulders hitch a bit as it just slashes into his back, and he just glances over his shoulder and says, I said, shit. And the fire, the tips of his horns, purple flame, his eye just starts glowing, and the wreath around his neck, purple flame ignites all around his face, and it gets down through his body, down into the ground, and ignites him. I need him to make a DC 13 dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Just for my edification, is that any kind of action or reaction or anything like that?
That is a reaction, Hellish Rebuke.
Okay. We will need at some point to look up whether or not we can do that on your turn, because technically it's like a reaction to his reaction, but we'll say for now
it's just a reaction to any damage taken.
Oh yeah, okay, fair enough.
Within 90 feet.
Yeah, he definitely fails.
Aw, shitty damage.
That does suck. But
By
yes.
the way, sorry, I'm mathed wrong, and I need to have done that with a crossbow bolt.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Yeah, you can just still say he's running your bolt. He is, one way or the other, he is face down in the dirt.
That's fine. I realized I made a mistake, so.
No worries.
But maybe that intimidates him further as I walk towards the wolf and draw out my weapon again.
He
and
certainly
take a
doesn't
swing.
seem too happy. And take your swing. I can still hear you. I just need to let the dog out because he's falling out.
No problem. I'll use my bardic inspiration as well, just in case.
Okay.
It seems I don't need it, but it's there.
Okay, yeah, that certainly hits.
Haha, 20. And yeah, let's see, damn all gay. Nice.
Oh yeah, you take it down. Do you want to describe your kill, sir?
He just walks up to the wolf. Don't worry, Cal, I got you. And just takes it by the scruff of his neck, and then just stabs the longsword straight in. Right through the neck. And then throws the dead body to the floor.
Oh yeah, it stiffens and lets out a pained yelp as your blade bites home, and then collapses, this heavy body sort of sliding off the end of your blade.
And in Abyssal, he will just say, "Here, puppy, puppy."
Okay, Calcifer, you're up. This slavering wolf, still snarling and snapping at you.
If you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Yep.
Yeah.
God. I hate doing that. So annoying. So Calcifer will blink at Larium, and is this wolf still alive?
Yes, the second wolf
Oh,
is
didn't
still
know
alive
that.
and apparently like completely unhurt.
Calcifer still winks at Larium, and then looking at this guy, I can see him. So
Okay.
what Calcifer will do is say, in that thing's mind, in the weird robe person's mind, he'll say, "Allow me to teach you a few tricks." And he waves his wand in the air, creating a little circle. And the circle opens to show an expanse of ocean from which come out three lampreys that launch themselves at the hooded figure that was controlling the wolves. And I cast magic fucking missiles.
That's sick.
Okay.
It's 4 for the first, 2 for the second, and 4 for the last one, for the third.
Okay, so a total of 10 damage there. Okay, yeah, your lampreys swimming through the air, smashing into him despite his being ducked behind this corner here, singeing away at his robes.
Have you guys seen lampreys eat before?
No.
They just
Okay,
fucking suck.
Yeah, they get stuck and then they make nuts around them, like around themselves, and push it towards what they're biting to make their heads pull up and rip the flesh. That's what they're doing to this guy.
Ow.
Yeah, he snarls in response, but it appears still to very much be in the fight.
And then I will I will nothing.
Okay, that's your turn. Uther, you're up.
I'm going to turn, take some strides. As I see this one, I'm going to just turn and go, I would hide with a face like that as well. And then I'm going to vicious mock him.
Nice.
Okay, that is it the north of this pair or the southern one?
This
That
guy.
one, okay.
Oh, with only 1 point if he fails it.
It
And
is
then
what kind of saving
finish
throw?
my turn. Wisdom.
Wisdom, okay.
Oh, he makes
But
it.
he passes.
And then I'll just frown and make my way over into this guy's face as I draw my rapier.
Okay.
And in my turn.
Okay, the one that you are facing off with, as you approach with your drawing your rapier, throws down his crossbow and draws a scimitar himself, taking a swing at you as you step in. And you are able to parry it aside with ease as you step forward with your rapier.
Seriously, RL,
Beautiful.
please take note of these rolls.
Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow.
Oh no!
However, the wolf that is in your face, or Calcifer, snarls and bars its teeth despite the death of its companion and lunges to attack you. Does a 14 hit?
It does not. My AC is 16, girl.
It says 13 on your spell on your character sheet.
Okay, I'm gonna take a snippet and send it to you. I don't know why it's doing that, but
Is that with mage armor?
I was gonna say, are you calculating mage armor?
Because I don't
He
remember
doesn't
you
have
casting
mage
that.
armor.
I don't have mage armor.
Oh.
Oh wait, hold up, girl. Yes, I
Ooh.
do.
I'm looking at your spell list.
No. I entered it here by mistake. My bad. I cast shield. I cast shield.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, yeah, so as these jaws lunge for you, threatening to close around you, you hold up your hand, this arcane barrier appears in the air between you, and it flinches back. Sorry.
I was gonna say the way that his mage, sorry, not mage armor, shield looks like it's this odd mucousy membrane that appears around him. Like it's like an ethereal cocoon of floating mucus. It's quite odd.
I have a question.
Yes,
Is it firm or does it give a little?
it gives a little.
Important questions here.
Anyway, so yeah, the wolf cringes back from this attack, unfortunately unable to land its assault. Meanwhile, this bandit, this last one here, will draw his rapier, seeing you engaging in combat with his accomplice, and move around to flank you. Not quite able to get into full flanking, but will take a swing at you with his rapier.
Oh.
Which you are once again able to bat aside as you dance across this battlefield, apparently impervious to all assaults. Coming back around to the top of the round.
All
I like how
right.
the tank is the only one getting hit.
All right. Here's how this is gonna work. Mechanically, I'm gonna run 30 feet towards Calcifer, and then I'm gonna use my bonus action to use my pounce. But what it's gonna look like is I run up behind Calcifer and use his shield to vault myself over the top of the direwolf to the other side of it.
That's creative.
Okay.
I asked if it gave for a reason.
Go ahead and get. I'm going to say in order to make it move in a direct line. Well, actually, mechanically, you could just be moving around it. So yeah, we'll let the flavor pass.
And then from this side of the dire wolf, I will, as I come down, I will bring my short sword down into its haunches. That's what they're called, right?
Yep.
Roll your attack with advantage, sir.
Sorry, my throat's a little funky today.
Come on.
I'm sorry if you can hear our dogs barking in the back.
It's fine.
24. Okay, yeah, that certainly hits, sir. Roll your sneak attack damage.
I rolled so low on the snack attack.
Yeah, your sword plunges in, and again, like you see one of its back legs kind of stiffen and give for a moment as it almost kind of drops to the ground from the blow that you've struck it, but it is definitely still on its feet.
And as he stands up, he'll just like glance at both Calcifer and Larim and just say, "Come on, boys, let's wrap this up."
Lorium's laughing maniacally.
Calcifer will look at you both and say, pointing with his wand, "The puppy train is hiding behind the castle fort. The ruin, whatever."
Okay, well, speaking of, as Midnight lands his blow, the robed figure raises his hands, chants in a strange tongue, and I will need... In fact, I am going to need Midnight to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Refresh my memory, because what all can Bardic Inspiration be added to?
It can be added to saving throws and attack rolls.
And it's
skill checks.
It's a D6.
Yeah, let me double check. And it is a D6.
Yeah, one ability check, attack roll, or saving throw. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
So you can add your D6 to it, but yes, I will need a wisdom saving throw from you. DC is 15, so 2 or better. You are safe, sir. You see him raise his hands, chanting in this arcane tongue, and you feel the air almost start to solidify slightly around you. As this kind of prison seems to form around your mind, but with the recent bolstering words of your companions, you're able to kind of shake it off and move freely. And he will... And after
This
he
reminds-
does that... Sorry, go on.
I was gonna say this encounter reminds me of the Scarlet Monastery in World of Warcraft, where you fight the Hound Master.
Oh,
True.
jeez, yeah, wow. Now there's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
You get the little puppy whistle.
Yeah,
And he
but
will
Adam was
move
sick.
further back behind more of these cages. And that will do his turn. Naira, you're up.
I can't do much of anything else because I have gotten out of combat, basically, but I am going to dash forward.
Okay.
I'm going to do to here first and see what I see. Oh, good. Okay. And then I'm just going to go there.
Okay. Both of the bandits that are engaged with Uther being behind this large cart will have cover from you. In fact, 3/4 cover, so they would get a fairly large bonus to their AC if you tried to shoot from there.
Yes. I can't. That wasn't feline agility. That was my dash action.
Yeah.
I don't think I can make an attack either.
Oh, do you not have cunning action from your rogue level?
It's-
No,
Second level.
I'm only.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, never mind, my mistake. Okay, so that is your turn. Lorium, this bandit that you have left behind seems to firm his resolve hearing the arcane summonings of the robed figure. And
He's choosing his fate. Okay.
will charge in behind you, once again swinging his scimitar.
This bitch is their MVP.
Nope. Does a 17? Nope. Okay,
Nope.
so comes charging in. You hear his roar of anger. Turn around and just bat his scimitar away with your larger blade. And may now once again retort.
I gave you a choice. Tempe, we're gonna have fun. As he takes his sword and runs his gauntleted hand across it, and it's booming a radiant energy. This is as he casts Thunderous Smite, and he is going to attack with his inspiration for advantage to the guy behind him.
Go for it, sir. So roll your attack with advantage.
15?
That still hits.
Yaw. And Thunderous Smite damage as a massive boom reverberates through the air.
That is
He has to make-
sufficient. He gets a saving throw?
I believe, yep, he has to take a strength saving throw or be pushed 10 feet away and knocked prone.
Okay. Wait, so he takes the damage no matter what, right?
Yep.
Well
he just
then.
has to make a DC 13 strength save.
No, he does not, because as your blade bites home and this boom emits from the point of impact. It cuts through his clavicle, and this boom you see just tears open the armor and his whole chest as he is thrown backward by your attack and collapses to the ground, dead.
And Lorian will turn back around and walk over the corpse of the wolf and just take Calcifer, take your shoulder, move, and push you back.
He will not be able, you would need to have an action in order to actually move him with your turn.
Oh, would I?
Yeah.
Shit. All right. He's just going to try to get in a defensive stance between you two, but not being able to.
Okay, Calcifer, you're up. And Uther, you're on deck.
Gotcha.
So. Oh, God. Fine. I will cast magic missiles. God, this hurts. It hurts not to use suggestion. It hurts. But he wouldn't be out of character to just expose himself like that.
Well, who would you use it on as well?
Well, that's true. Keep forgetting the range is 30 feet. I'm going to cast magic missiles at it, and Calcifer will wave his wand. And again, you see the little portal appear, and out of it slither out little lampreys that fly like darts towards this hooded figure. And upon impact, they knot themselves on his flesh and tear and rip.
Okay, so first one, 5 damage. 4 damage. 9 total. Another 4. Wow,
Nice.
13. Okay. Okay, yeah, he's like snarling and tearing at the air as these wriggling forms of arcane energy burrow into his robes. You see blood starting, like the deep burgundy red of his robe growing darker as blood starts to pour from these wounds you have inflicted. Is that your go?
Yes, and I shan't provoke opportunity because I'm a weak little caster.
Okay. Uther, you're up.
I'm going to turn to the one that looks damaged next to me and blur towards him with my rapier. And I'm going to attack him.
Roll your attack, sir.
Oh! Not good enough.
Finally,
No,
the turn
in a desperate lunge, he swings his scimitar across and knocks your rapier aside. Do you have anything else in your turn?
Nope. I'm going to go ahead and end it.
Okay.
That bandit's like, my, how the turns have tabled.
His companion steps behind him and he goes, "Got you now, pretty boy!" And will attack with his scimitar with advantage. But once again, with this sinuous twist, you are able to swing around, ching, knock his scimitar away. The dire wolf, meanwhile, up here, caught between the three of you, is slavering and snarling around it, and is going to attack Lorium, the largest threat.
Fuck yeah, hit me.
Hey, so I can silvery barbs. Silvery barbs.
For 22, okay. And he rolls again.
Okay, so at this point, you see Calcifer's eyes begin to glow, and little. Oh my God, what are those little eels called? The little ones that look like worms that come out of the ground.
Yeah.
I know the ones you mean.
Yeah, and they begin to wrap their way up the up the wolf's haunches, its paws, and writhe and just squirm up it onto its muzzle and into its maw and up its ears and nose. It's disgusting.
Yeah, this wolf turns at Lorien as Lorien's large form looms over it and seems to be about to lunge for your throat when it suddenly kind of pauses in mid strike, just somewhat confused and panicked by the assault against it. Who do you give your advantage to, sir?
I will give it to Nyx.
Okay. That is the direwolf. The other bandit will, however, once again...
Oh, question, sorry. Does Nyx have advantage already?
You already declared.
Okay.
The other bandit will also take a swing with using his flanking advantage. 20.
Finally hits me.
And watch him do 2 damage. Oh no, for 7 damage. As he finally seems to, like, just using all of the rage of his wounds. Like, roars as he brings his scimitar in. It bites finally through the black leather of your armor.
I'll give him a wild grin at that. Finally, things are getting interesting, boys.
Okay. Top of the round, Midnight, you're up.
Hold on. I've got to think for a second.
Don't take too long. This is combat.
No, I know. I just, nope, I've decided, Nyx will, watching all that terrifying shit happen in front of him, will just say, well, I think you boys have this in hand, and he will, uncanny action, disengage, and move 30 feet towards the tamer. Wrong tool.
Look at you guys using your uncanny action or dodges and shit. Or not uncanny dodge, your
But yeah, the
actual
the,
rogue shit.
The rogue bullshittery.
I never use it. I always just attack.
The rogue bullshittery is so much fun, though.
Alright.
I'm gonna come here, and with the advantage that I have, I will shoot a short bow arrow at the guy.
With as far over as you moved, yeah, I think you negate the cover advantage he would have had from the cage. So go ahead and roll your attack with advantage, sir. Oh my god, you get sneak attack on it too.
Yup.
Yes, that hits.
I rolled so low.
As he sees, Lorium sees you shoot him, he'd bark at you. Keep him alive!
Oops.
Your bolt takes him in the shoulder as he was kind of raising his whip once again. And you see his arm kind of, he snarls and his arm's kind of hanging somewhat limply by his side, but he is still on his feet, snarling at you. This crazed look in his eye.
And as I'm just glaring daggers at him, I'll just say, you made me leave a 3-way.
And in response, you just see his eyes go wild and this dark kind of green, sort of sickly energy gathers in them for a moment as he goes, Bin schnell den Fortuna! And a streaking cascade of energy
Silvery, never mind.
comes flying at you out of his outstretched hand, but the pain of his wound is drawing him off, and it sears off again, just clipping through, branches and foliage from the tree next to you, but going high and wide as he then turns and runs.
At at this point, it's just habit of saying silvery barbs because I think I took my reaction already.
I don't. Well, I also think you're out of first level spell slots at this point, aren't you?
One. Just one.
Okay.
You can use second level for it.
I mean,
It's a good spell.
Okay, but that is his action. Naira. Loriam, you're on deck afterwards.
Yes.
I am going to skirt this wagon and say, my, Uther, you look like you could use some help, as I level my my crossbow on the one closest to me. And I'm going to use my inspiration.
Go ahead and roll with your attack with advantage.
They were literally the same roll.
But both of them are good enough to hit. So roll
Now,
your
does
sneak attack.
that... Because I got advantage, yeah, I get sneak attack, right?
Well, he's also in proximity to Uther anyway, so you've got it either way.
Oh, right. Doesn't even matter. So...
Plus 1d6.
Yeah. Oh,
Sneak attack's
well,
weird
hey.
unless you use it on D&D Beyond, yeah.
Okay, yeah, so you step out, loose your bolt, it takes him like low in the back, and you see him arch his back as it pierces through his armor, but he is still on his feet.
And at this point, I'll say, so let's see what you can do. And give him the inspiration.
I'll just smile at that. I'll turn towards the one behind me and do that perped up and prepared.
Okay, Lorian, your go. Calcifer, you're on deck.
Lorem's just gonna run right around to the other side and just say, flanking, good strategy. And, yep. Swing down with a hard hit to... Whoops, I did normal roll. Oh well, I'll do it again. I really hope this hits. Bingus bongus. Yes.
Yay!
That is a hit, good sir. Good job on the flanking, because a 12 would have missed.
Yeah! And spicy hit. Fuck it. As you see, the flames are still on his cloak, but then they wreath the sword as well. And Divine Smite, Demog.
Ooh! How do you want to do this, sir?
You see, as after he said that, he winks, but you can't tell if it's a wink or just him blinking because only one eye is showing. He raises the sword up high, and the flames just immediately catch, and it basically looks like a fucking 6 foot long, purple flaming just lance.
6 foot long purple what?
We don't endorse the dragon website here. Brings it straight down through the center of its shoulder blades.
Yeah, your blade bites in deep, and you feel the crack as your sword just all along its spinal cord. The vertebrae shatter, and the flames part the flesh as this creature just, the jolt instantly just collapses dead at your feet.
As he starts turns around and starts hulking towards the guy running away.
Okay.
That's his action.
Calcifer, you're up. Uther, you're on deck.
So Calcifer will skip over the die rolls. And he will move. Next to Larium. Fuck. There we go. And this guy is trying to run away, right?
Yes, he is currently 70 feet from you.
Okay. So I will... Can't do that. The range is 30 feet. I will magic missile his ass.
That's your final level 1 spell slot. Roll your attack, sir.
Uh-oh.
and he points his wand, and one by one, a little lamprey just shoot out and dart towards whatever his name is.
The robed figure. And yeah,
Whatever his name was.
once again, these little lampreys just sizzle through the air from this portal where they appeared, and you watch as they latch on and burrow through as his form was backing away. You see one attached to his neck as his eyes go wide as it kind of convulses as it sucks away at his life force. And you see his eyes kind of go wide and he falls to his knees. The snarling, hatred-filled eyes on you for a moment. And then the whip and dagger fall from his hands as he collapses forward to the ground. Uther, you, on the far side, hear this flash of arcane fire go off. And once again, hear this ching! And feel a sense of movement in the pouch at your waist, and a new vitality flowing through you. Would you care to describe what Naira sees?
Ooh.
Naira, as you glance up, the pouch at my side just kind of lifts for a second as it drops. You watch as the salt and pepper in my hair seems to fill in, as well as the wrinkles, as you look at a bit of a younger man. As I smile with a sudden new color and vitality.
And sir, with your new vitality, what do you wish to do, it being your initiative? Unless, Calcifer, do you want to use a move or anything? Or is that your turn?
No, that's it.
Okay.
Can I say as a reaction, Lauren would just like a fucking facepalm and say, "Keep someone alive." His voice is still booming from the thaumaturgy.
Custer will say,
Oh, actually, you haven't cast any other concentration skills, so
It's
yeah,
not
you're good.
concentration.
Oh, well, fair enough then. Yeah, your voice is
First
still
3
booming.
minutes.
at this, Custer will say, "What? They're a little hungry."
Goddamn.
So, Uther, you're newly revitalized. What do you do, sir, it being your initiative?
I'll just kind of, I remember this. Put one of my hands up in those fencing stance as I'll blur forward and try and hit the one behind me in the heart.
On your left or your right?
On my right. Ooh, but I am feeling inspired. Just give me a second. I have a cat on me.
No worries. We are very familiar with that in this house.
Ooh, a 15.
15 does hit. Roll your damage, sir.
All right. 5.
Oof, okay. Your rapier takes him low in the stomach. Just like you just kind of remember the words of
The one behind me?
Oh.
Who was not the one that Rebel shot, though.
Oh, I thought you said the one on your right.
Oh, sorry. I was... Never mind. Yes, the one on my left was who I was aiming for.
Okay, yeah, no worries. That guy, being far less light on his feet, is much less able to dodge out of the way of your strike, and your rapier takes him right in the throat, and you see his eyes go wide and then dead as he slumps to the ground.
And I'll just turn to the...
Wait, that's the one.
No.
The other and go, "So, are you gonna talk to us, or is this gonna hurt?" And I'll end my turn.
This bandit is unfortunately unaware of the very poor performance of the rest of his compatriots. As far as he is aware, the fight is ongoing, and so on his turn, he snarls and once again will take a swing at you. Enraged by his, so far, inability to deal damage to your prancing form. And it rolls a 20 to hit.
I silvery barbs.
Of course you do.
Ah!
Oh!
Oh no!
But for once, Your arcane
I
mastery is
silvery
phenomenal.
barbs. Just kidding.
Unfortunately, you are also unaware of this attack and out of first level spell slots.
I have 1
And
second
I will
though.
just go shoot.
Can't see it though.
But another 7 points of damage as you withdraw your rapier. His scimitar just comes up and slices into the vulnerable part underneath your arm, cutting deep. As he pulls it back, he's like, "Just fucking die, you punts!" And that is his turn. Top of the round, Midnight.
Similar to Larium, Midnight just sighs and goes, so much intelligence and not a lick of sense. And then he is going to bonus action dash and move into the building.
Okay. As you move to there, you see on your left here, two locked doors, barred. Two barred doors that have been set into the stone, with what even at a glance you can tell are fairly shoddy repair work. However, at this second inner door, you actually see two frightened faces pressed up against the bars looking through, a grown human woman and an adolescent male child, both staring out in apparent confusion and fear at the sounds of battle that are raging around this small building. And as they see you, they both kind of shrink back in surprise.
Trying to think. My compatriots are capable. I will use the remaining. I will use my action to keep dashing, and I'll move at the very least to that. Is that a closed door up there?
Yeah, there is. The second door is, just here. And within, actually, now that you have a better view of it, you see a smaller, apparently younger version of the giant wolves that you had been facing outside, actually somewhat cowering in a corner of this first cell, staring at you with these, the same kind of red eyes that you had seen before, but wide in fear, its tail tucked between its legs, it's kind of cowering back in the corner, just like this low, nervous, whining growl emitting from its throat.
Just purely as flavor, Nyx will kneel down and make himself smaller, and that'll be his turn.
Okay. Naira, you're up. Lorian, you're on deck.
All right, I am going to scooch right up right here. Put my rapier, position my rapier right at his neck, and I will persuasively say, 7 are dead already. Surrender, and I will show mercy.
Roll me a persuasion.
With advantage?
I'm gonna say no, because he doesn't, again, he has just struck twice and done quite well
Yes.
with both of them, so...
Can I roll? I'm rolling an insight now to see if I think that that has worked.
No, you do. He doesn't seem swayed by your words, and he's turned around with his scimitar in kind of the on guard position as you bring your rapier up.
All right, then I'm gonna go ahead and also attack.
Then attack with advantage from being in a flanking position.
And I will basically try and remember to tell Lorium I tried. $18.
That absolutely hits. Go ahead and roll your damage with sneak attack.
Ooh.
this being the final enemy, as is tradition, how do you want to do this?
I say, well, too bad I tried, and literally just sink my rapier right into his neck.
Yeah. Like, he's spun around at your words, scimitar raised, and as you kind of pull it back to attack, he raises his own as well, but is nowhere near as fast as you. And you flash forward, and the rapier drops from his fingers as he collapses to the ground. And you are all left as masters of the battlefield.
And then I will step here and go, are you all right?
Fine, thank you. Tis nothing but a scratch.
I mean, if you don't mind, she sort of holds up her hands like she's like, should I touch you?
I give you just a gesture of like, oh, please.
And so I will do that, and at the same time, I'll sort of be looking at your hair with a bit of curiosity.
I'll lean in a bit, and I'll just say very quietly, he was a very, very terrible individual, whoever they slew was.
Oh, well, I'm glad to know that we were able to take care of him then. And I sort of put my hands over your wounds and heal you for 10.
I look a lot better.
Lauren will just
while we all consider what our next actions are going to be in the immediate future, I do have to nip to the bathroom because that was rather a long combat. So let's have a quick bio break, and we'll resume in a couple of minutes.
No bro.
Perfect.
But Lorium will pat you on the shoulder, Calcifer, and say, good job, and rush forward.
As you do this, Calcifer will say, oh, I should be thanking you. Coming to my rescue. And he will follow you.
If y'all come into within like eye shot of me, Nyx will hold up a hand to tell you to stop.
Oh.
And then, but we should hold off till Andrew gets back.
Oh yeah, definitely with that.
And with that, Naira, I'll just kind of lean forward before you leave and go and just hold my finger up to my lips as I say, I'll explain, but can you please keep it silent?
Oh, of course.
Much obliged.
She actually seems, again, very delighted by the idea that she gets to have this secret. Like, she's like, I don't get many secrets. This is amazing.
I just want to say.
And I love that.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I love how you guys don't ever have to roll insight checks, because what I say is literally what I mean.
Well, we don't know that. But, I love playing a fucking strong character now. It's so fun being able to fucking manhandle shit. And then also the duelist fucking, the fighting style. Awesome. Rolled a fucking 2 for damage and dealt 9.
Meanwhile, Naira's just like, can I get back to my book, please? It was just getting to the good part.
Oh, I'm sure it was.
Okay, I am back. Did anyone else take the opportunity to step away, or are we all here?
No, we were just talking shit about you.
As expected.
Mad shit.
Okay, so as the last of your opponents fall, each of you in your separate kind of the different miniature battlefields that had kind of formed on either side of this small outpost, you all kind of stand and take a moment to collect yourselves in the aftermath, realizing that all the sounds of combat from around you have faded. And you, Midnight, standing within and looking at this strange form, you see now the woman having apparently taken a second look at you and not recognizing you as one of her former captors, just goes, "Who are you? Are you here to help?" Like she seems kind of wary of the wolf, of the small pup within the cage outside, but she is kind of tentatively gripping the bars of the door to her small cell.
New pet.
Quietly and calmly, Nyx will just hold a finger up to her, and he has not broken eye contact with the little wolf, and he says, we are friends. I will help you. I just need you to remain calm. And then he will, focusing more of his attention on the wolf, he will start humming a tune that Naira will recognize as the tune that he would hum to sing her to sleep when she was a child. And I want to try to calm the wolf cub down.
Can I help with that?
Yes. Given that you arrive, the two of you can kind of try and both form a calming presence at the entrance there, so you can make your handle animal check with advantage. In response to your kind of gesture, the woman sort of steps back a little bit and sort of hugs the young boy to her, watching this strange scene unfolding before her. As she sees the rest of you kind of moving around in the background.
And what you will see is I take out my small mandolin and I have basically turned the tune that he hums into something that I can strum.
Okay, yeah, and as this kind of gentle melody sort of floats into the darkness of this chamber, the wolf does seem to calm a little. It stops. It seems by no means at ease, but it stops that low, keening growl that it was making before, and is now kind of just sort of still standing a little bit at bay, kind of its eyes darting between you at this door and the woman and her son at the other.
Still keeping his voice very calm, will just say aloud to the room, "Let's not make any sudden movements. We're gonna help get y'all out, I promise." And then he'll kind of look back at the little wolf cub and be like, "It's okay, little buddy. Everything's gonna be just fine." And he will start checking this first door for traps.
I would like to investigate the wizard guy.
Okay. Roll me an investigation check, please.
Here we go, natural one, baby. 12.
I was totally going to come help, but I was muted in a call.
Okay, yeah. So you again see, as you saw from the distance, this is a fairly tall, lanky human. He's got kind of dirty blonde hair that was kind of just pushed back from his head, it seemed somewhat carelessly. Now that you're up close and kind of taking a look at him, he seems kind of somewhat offensive to your more refined sensibilities. You're a little actually kind of like reluctant to properly, go through his robes. You're a little worried there might be some kind of parasites or lice or something in them now that you're up close. The man looks very kind of shabby and ill-kept, but you are able to see very easily.
He looks like he's the one that gave the wolves fleas. Gotcha.
To a degree, yes, or at least he's not been entirely distant in his dealings with them. But you are able to very easily see that, yes, he was indeed holding, at the time of his death, a fairly ornate, long curved dagger in his left hand, and in his right, a long, what you now see to be a kind of a large bullwhip of some kind of black leather that's been braided together, and in between the kind of each of the sort of thongs of the braid, there are these vicious barbs of a strange black metal and kind of flecks of stone, or the whole length of it covered in dried blood from what you would have to assume is a long history of use.
I'll use Mage Hand to remove those from him, and also to pat his coin purse areas, and then I'll return to the group.
Yeah, he does have rather like voluminous robes, so you are almost certain there is more to be found on his body, but you're not gonna go looking for it because that's gross.
Okay, so I return to the group carrying the little treasures I found.
Lauren will just look back towards the group at the basically cage. Are any of the bandits still alive?
I'm so sorry. I did try.
It's fine. And he'll walk out and start like collecting bodies.
Okay. So, if you want to give me an investigation check, and yes, we can. So far there is an ornate kind of curved dagger with a fairly finely carved, and in fact there are several small precious stones inlaid in it. Dagger, as well as the large bullwhip. One second, sorry, my dogs are acting up again, so I will be right back. What are you guys doing? No.
Investigation.
Down.
It's almost like I built myself to do this.
Not a great I'm looking through the back of the wagon
Wow.
that we're just throwing everything in. But apparently I'm just stomping through the back of the wagon.
There are boxes and a chest and a few barrels too. Would you look at that?
But Nyx is doing a good job.
Well, Nyx,
So I've got-
unfortunately, is. I mean, what are you investigating, Nyx? Have you abandoned your attempts to calm the animal?
Oh no, I was making sure this cage door was not trapped in any way.
Yeah, no. It actually.
What?
Sorry.
Where-
So Naira, go on. Sorry.
I can't see anything. I'm not sure. Where's the lady and where's the wolf?
Hang on. So yeah, the lady and and her son are in the round tower over here.
Okay.
The wolf is cowering. You actually cannot see it. If you moved over to here, you'd be able to see it. It is cowering in this corner of the first cell.
I am, like an idiot, going to go ahead and try and just walk right by my brother because I see that lady.
Oh no, he'll stop you. He will like physically stop you. Like, and not in like a he's not in brother mode, he's in squire mode, and he will like push you backwards.
What is your problem?
No sudden movements, and he'll point at the pup.
There is a woman in there who needs help.
Yes. Would you like to stir up the direwolf pup? Would that help her, Naira?
She looks very incensed, but does not argue. So was it just an ornate curved dagger with gems and a bullwhip?
Yes, that is all that has been found so far.
And Lorium's not doing an investigation check on the bodies. He's actually just collecting them all up and putting them in a pile. I wish I could ping.
Okay,
But
no,
basically
yeah.
out here next to the wagons.
Okay, no problem. I will start dragging those corpses over for you. Meanwhile, Midnight, with that check of yours, you are able to see that this is... this door is, it doesn't appear to be trapped. In fact, the door itself appears to be a fairly recent and very shoddy addition to this particular bit of stonework. You can kind of see where the holes were very crudely, like the hinges were kind of just crudely sort of jammed into place between two existing stones, and the door itself sort of kind of bolted on to what was a older and existent door frame. It does not appear trapped, but it is locked with a fairly, what appears to be a fairly crude lock.
Would that investigation also let me know if the keys that I found earlier would work on it?
It certainly looks like, yes, some of them would fit with this lock.
Calmly, Nyx is just gonna say, "Now, Dreamer, I'm sorry. I am going to unlock this door and open it. Would you please help try to keep the wolf calm?"
Of course. I'm not an idiot, Nyx.
Then maybe not act like one.
Nice.
She is mortified.
You guys are definitely siblings.
Yeah.
And he will try the keys.
Yeah, there were really only a couple of candidates on this on the key ring that you think would have fit here, and sure enough, one of them does, and the lock turns. I mean, it's a fairly crude lock, but it turns fairly easily, and you hear a click as it unlocks.
Are you serious? You had keys? You made it sound like this was going to be a challenge.
I didn't say the door was a challenge, Naira. I'm going to open the door very slowly. I just don't want to scare it into attacking anybody, alright?
Fine.
He will open... Does it open inward or towards me?
Toward you.
He's going to pull it open enough that if the wolf wanted to run out and past us, it could.
Okay. Let me... No. As you open the door, the wolf is just kind of cowering back into the corner. You have calmed it a little bit, so it doesn't seem like it's about to attack you, but it is still like very unsure. It can smell the blood. It's just been seen and felt all of these strange arcane noises and spells being thrown around. It is just kind of almost shivering a little bit in the corner of the cell.
All right. And then he will make his way towards the other door.
Okay.
And now that I get a good look at him, it's an adult woman and a child?
Yeah, an adult human woman, and an adolescent male child. You'd probably estimate the kid's about 14, maybe 15. They both are dressed in fairly kind of basic but functional clothing, as if for travel. But also both look very kind of like worn and almost shell-shocked a little bit. They're staring, they're both staring at you with these wide, frightened eyes, and the woman's kind of holding the boy against her as he's trying to kind of glare defiantly at you, but you've seen a lot of defiant glares, and this kid really doesn't have a lot of defiance in him.
Again, just keeping that same calm tone. Alright, y'all, I'm gonna open this door. My name is Nyx. This is my sister Naira. Say hi, Naira.
Hi. And I give a genuinely, very calming and nice smile.
And I will go to unlock that door.
Okay.
By the way, I've cast Mage Hand.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to present a mage hand, the mage hand, to the dire wolf, the little pup, as if I was allowing it to smell my hand. Very slowly moving it forward.
Okay. It looks somewhat bemused. It's not kind of intelligent enough to be shocked or frightened by the floating meat, but it's kind of, and then sort of as it gets like close enough to actually be within reach, it's something like snatches it out of the air and sort of starts to hungrily tear into it.
Oh.
Giving you kind of a look.
And I will lean out the door and say, "So, can somebody bring me some meat?"
I will walk up to her and give her some of like the dry meats in my ration.
Okay.
And I'll say, this is the best I can do.
And then when whatever somebody else is doing, I'm gonna. I assume that my mage hand got torn up by that.
No, it like snatched the meat. It wasn't actually like it couldn't kind of really interact with the mage hand itself. It was concerned about the meat. So no, yeah, your mage hand is still active.
I didn't have any meat the first time. I was just presenting it like it was something to smell.
Oh, sorry, my mistake. So yeah, no, it would have kind of snatched at it in the air and torn it, like it would have popped out of existence, at which point it kind of like again would have backed away from this sudden and unexpected interaction.
I'll just go ahead and recast it again, this time with meat in the hand, and presenting it to him to eat.
And yeah, this time it seems again like it's just kind of bemused and curious by this floating thing now that it's kind of dissipated once. And this time it just, again, snatches the meat hungrily out of the air and just starts to tear into it, kind of seeming to keep one eye on you and the other occupants of the cell as it eats.
While she does that, Nyx will open the other door and kind of escort them to exit the room, placing himself with Naira to kind of block the wolf from being able to get to them.
Okay. Yeah, the woman and the child, again, like she's kind of holding the boy to her, and they allow you to kind of guide them out, both wordlessly, with scared eyes on the pup as you lead them out, but then both kind of seeming to breathe this heartfelt sigh of relief as they pass through this second door and kind of look around at Calcifer being the only other member of the group that they can see at the moment. I'm just like, oh, thank you so much.
Yes.
Who are you?
Congratulations, you've been rescued. I offer them some rations and I say, we are all a lot of people. Perhaps we can introduce ourselves better when we're all in the same room. And I look at Nyx and I hand them the little dagger I found on the robed figure and the whip, and I say, I think you would make better use of this than I.
No!
I'm sure he had more things, but he smelt.
Nyx, as you are past this whip, you recognize the black metal shards that have been embedded between some of the thongs. You remember seeing these in an office seeing a metal that looked like this in an office back in Vanya.
Nyx will just... Thank you, Calcifer. I'll look into these. And he'll look to his sister. All right,
Who is just squatting down and like slowly putting her hand out, just like inching forward.
Give me a handle animal with advantage because you have fed this critter.
All right.
You do technically still have a critspiration too, or did you use that during the fight?
I don't think I needed it actually, so I'll use the critspiration. Fuck it.
Okay. Yeah, we're drawing to the end of the session, so I figured it might as well.
Thank you.
With your critspiration, it's no problem. You're able to you're still crooning this melody, kind of strumming slightly as you inch forward, and the wolf kind of seems to make a connection between the meat that it has been offered and you, and kind of sort of giving you a little bit of the side eye, but allows you to approach and doesn't seem to be any longer hostile toward this general situation. It is by no means tamed or happy, but it is content for now.
Okay, this thing is kind of cute. And I will try and just sort of see if I can touch it. But you wanted to say something next.
Oh, nope. Seeing that you have the situation well in hand, Nyx will slide out of the room while you're distracted with the wolf.
And yeah, I mean, it is fairly young, confused, and frightened. And you are a apparently friendly presence offering it food. Actually kind of after kind of a moment, it allows you to start to lightly kind of stroke the powerful, even in this small diminutive young form, it's already very powerful shoulders and tufts of dark fur along the ridge of its back.
And I'll pull out a couple of pieces of dried meat from my backpack and give it to him. Just a little bit at a time, see if I can be more friendly. You guys carry on. This is kind of adorable.
Okay, yeah. So you're making friends with the pup.
Hell yeah!
Meanwhile, Lorium, as you enter, the woman again, just seeing your imposing form and horns appear around the corner, actually kind of goes and clutches her son to her again. As you enter, clearly caught off guard by your appearance.
He's probably caught off guard that they're in here. Just, sorry, ma'am. And he'll take off the mask and put it back into his wreath, like a wreathing around his neck.
Yeah. She sort of glances from you to the others, and seeing them apparently, content with your presence, she sort of seems to comfort them. It's okay. We're so very grateful to you, sir. Are they gone?
Dead. I say as I hand them cups filled with water from my water bag, water pouch.
Water
Whatever
skin.
that. Yeah, thank you. And cups from my mess kit, because I have a two-person tent.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. And she kind of helps her son to take a sip and then make sure that the cup is steady in his hands before taking her own. And they both are kind of like just crouched small against the wall, somewhat overwhelmed by the situation as they look at the two of you.
I do hope you don't mind our inquiry, but I was curious. How long have you been in this establishment?
Oh, just a couple of days. They got us on the road. They killed Walden, my husband.
Oh, my apologies.
They took us here, and I don't really know what they wanted. I heard them talking, saying something about sending us and I don't know, the gear, I think they said. They wanted more beasts.
Beast, you say?
Aye, that's what they called them.
More wolves, I reckon.
Possibly. But I believe that weren't you chasing a strange cat-like beast made of metal?
That's what I was gonna ask him about, but he just shrugs.
A beast of metal? No, we haven't seen anything like that. I can't say we've ever heard of anything like that around here. Just
And
the wolves and the like.
And you said you specifically said they wanted more beasts?
She looks at you and goes, that I think that's what they said. Oh, as you kind of step out, she actually, like, her eyes kind of widen for a moment. She goes, oh, that cloak. It was Walden's. Where did you find it?
Oh, and she will take it off immediately. This was among the...
Possessions on the road.
Thank you, yes. Among the possessions. I did not realize that it had an owner. Of course, here, please. And I will present it to her, or I will shut the door on myself.
She's, oh, thank you. She kind of holds it for a moment. You see these tears starting to well in her eyes for a moment as she kind of evidently remembers the husband that once wore it before she kind of turns, summoning up a reserve of decorum
Naira
and
will...
comportment and wrapping it around the shoulders of her son.
Naira will put her hand on the woman's shoulder and say, "You poor dear, I cannot imagine what you have been through. You don't have to be strong right now if you don't want to be."
Thank you, but my boy, we'll be fine, won't we, Hamish? We'll be fine.
He is a very brave lad. You should be very proud.
Oh, thank you, I am. Will you be traveling into Oldwell? My dad, he runs the store there.
Yes, that is our plan. Would you like us to accompany you? We can keep you safe.
Oh, very much, yes, that would be. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Oh, it's no problem at all. And in fact, I will make sure that you get proper food and drink as soon as we get back to our horses, okay?
Thank you. Oh, bless you all. Bless you so much.
Why don't you have a seat right over here at this table?
And
we're just going to finish up.
She allows you to lead her and her boy and kind of install them on the stools.
And then I'm immediately going to go back in here and be like, I'm making friends.
Okay.
I would like to sit with them.
Before we get to that, whilst that conversation was going on, Nyx, Midnight, you mentioned that you were going to start investigating the area. So please do roll me an investigation check, sir.
I have a question.
Yes.
When it comes to the taking 10, taking 20, what are the rules for that again?
You are not under any kind of time crunch or threat right now, so you could take 10 or take 20 to search this area. Because you are searching a large area, to take 10 would probably take you about an hour, and to take 20 would take double that. So if you wanted to take a good long time and thoroughly search the bodies, the building, all of the kind of various caches of goods that you have seen so far, you would be here for about 2 hours, but you are not under any apparent threat, so that is an option that you could totally do.
He is going to take 20
Okay.
and take the 2 hours, but as he kind of passes, well, two things. What time is it in the day? How much? I guess combat wasn't that long.
No. I mean, probably only around about 4:30, you'd estimate. Maybe getting on toward 5 because you've spent a few minutes calming the pup and everything like that. But yeah, no, you'd probably estimate you'd be done around about just as it was getting toward twilight.
Question, didn't you say we arrived here around about 2:30?
That is when you arrived kind of in the vicinity. There was then an hour where Midnight reconnoitered the area. He got back to you about 3:30, and then you all took the circuitous route. So you actually attacked the outpost itself around about 4:15, 4:30.
Nyx will just... Yeah, exactly. Nyx
I was
will
going to
just...
ask that.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it might be wise to not travel with to travel at night, we might want to bed down here. And I'm just gonna do a quick sweep and double check the security of the building, and then I'm gonna go about investigating.
Okay. So yeah, you are able to begin that process. Calcifer, you had something you wanted to do with the woman and her son, as Naira leads them over to the table and sort of starts to settle them down and fuss over them a little.
I would like to sit with them and draw a picture of them.
Okay. um, they just watch this. They're mostly paying attention to Naira since seems to be the more comforting figure at this point. But yeah, they kind of sit and allow you to sketch them. You're able to kind of reach into your pack and pull forth your materials and everything like that without any kind of interruption.
Okay.
Did anybody offer these folk some food?
I did. Rations.
Okay.
And if somebody can grab the horses, I have something slightly better than rations available.
I was just about to get on that.
In addition to that, not Calcifer, Midnight, you very quickly, just in your initial kind of sweep, find that this area down here, as you can actually see a little bit, was something of kind of a kitchen area. This southern end seems to be where this group did most of their actual living. And you find that they did actually have, in this area here, the makings of several meals. There is actually a spit over a fire where it appears that they were starting to prepare their evening meal. And there's several large kind of joints of meat that are kind of, at this point, I mean, they've been somewhat neglected for the last few minutes, but they're still perfectly salvageable. Slow roasting over the flame. There's a number of kind of vegetables and loaves of bread and cheese and things like that on the table.
Nyx will just call that out to whoever's nearby, which looks like it's Uther, and just point out that there's food around that we should make use of.
So, can you tell me how you got here?
Well, like I said, my dad, he runs the general store in Oldwell. We'd gone into Campon to pick up some supplies and the like, and we were just bringing them back. I mean, we thought we'd be safe from the little buggers and the beasties that have been attacking the road recently. We had good horses, but, well, we saw someone lying hurt on the road, and we figured maybe the goblins had hurt him. So, well, he always did have a good heart, and he pulled over to look after him. And, well, that's when they jumped us. They shot Walden when he tried to stand up to him, and well, me and Hamish we couldn't fight him off. So they brought us here and put us in the tower a couple days ago.
So that must have been a terrible, terrible ordeal. Like I said, I can't even imagine. Did you have anything of value on you? I'm just trying to understand why they would have taken you captive.
I mean, not much. We were bringing supplies for the store, but it wasn't nothing special. Just some tools, nails, some food and the like. I mean, flour, nothing worth killing over.
No, but honestly, most of the reason people kill each other are not good enough anyway.
I mean, we had a few coin left over because Walden, he was good at talking to the merchants, but I mean, just a few gold.
Well, you don't need to talk at all unless you want to. Is there anything that I can do for you? And I will get out my mandolin and sort of shoot a look around to see if probably Uther, because she feels like she does not play nearly as well as Uther. If he doesn't look like he's nearby, she will try and do something just a little bit like a lullaby or something like that.
Okay,
Something
I'll say
simple.
you can take 10 on that if you like, or you can roll.
That'll be a 15. Yeah, I'll take 10.
Okay, yeah. 15 is like, you're certainly, you are a trained bard, so this is certainly a performance that would be more than welcome in the vast majority of taverns. And you're able to play like just a small kind of folksy little tune that seems to kind of give them a little bit of peace in this ordeal that you have rescued them from. The mother kind of holds her child to her in his father's cloak and starts to kind of rock him a little bit, stroking his hair as he kind of seems to relax into her. Not sleeping, but both of them kind of a little bit of the tension draining from them as you comfort them through the aftermath of what they've endured.
And while that was going on, real quick, was Lorium had seen everybody at one point. Did anyone else besides him and Uther get hit?
I don't believe so.
Unlucky rolls, man. Is Uther still hurt a bit?
I've got a little bit of damage. I'm doing fine though.
I helped.
Yes. A lot.
Right, and he just tapped you on the shoulder. And how
I'm
much are
down
you
4.
Well, now you're up 4.
As you do with the wounds closing on my shoulders, I let out a hiss. What does it feel like when it's healing?
You see his hand, and it wreaths. I keep saying wreath. Basically, it is engulfed in a very soft purple flame. It's more of a violet. It doesn't look nearly as menacing as the flames you've seen come around like his cloak. And for a moment, you probably would try to pull back, but no, he'd just grab you. And yeah, it would feel just warm as you feel your little couple left wounds close.
This is happening. Come to peace with it.
Yep.
There would be that fire, and then like, all right, and then as you impact, I'd let out that hiss. You don't realize how much it stings until it's gone. Thank you.
Of course, it's no problem. As he'll start to walk away and do the same to himself. As you see the little bit of blood, of course, he was the one who got hit last time too, starts healing up. And yeah, he'll go get the horses.
Okay, yeah. It's fairly easy, fairly straightforward for you to find your way there and back. Midnight is going to be taking a couple of hours to search this area, and that is more than enough time for you to go there and back. Sunshine has been looking after the other mounts, and you find them all where you had left them.
Good girl. So hop aboard
I'm gonna go
and start leading them all over here.
And I'm just helping Nyx along with the search.
Okay.
I'm specifically looking for meat.
Okay, yeah, you are following Midnight's directions. You're able to come down here and find, as I mentioned, the fixings of what was apparently this group's evening meal. It's not the finest fare, but it is perfectly serviceable. As I said, bread, cheese, and several joints of meat over the fire there.
Any raw meat?
Yeah, there's a few kind of joints. It looks like they've recently butchered a decently sized animal, and you do find a number of just raw joints hanging up.
I'm gonna get me a Toto.
Okay, go back and then give me another handle animal check with advantage.
All right, let me just get in this room here. Out of curiosity, can I? No, I don't even want to take 10. That would only be an 11.
Yeah, there is technically a penalty for failure, so I do say you have to roll.
Question.
Yo.
When Nyx told me that he trained to be a knight, I don't remember. I think I did. But I mentioned that I wanted to draw a picture of him in a handsome horse wearing a set of armor that accented his features.
Mm-hmm.
Was I able to finish that in the time we were riding?
Yeah, you were riding for most of the day. Like it took you a good 4 or 5 hours to ride to the vicinity, and then again, like while he was off gallivanting it whilst invisible, you would have been able to complete the image. But give me a performance check there to determine the quality of it.
Come on, Dad, don't fuck me now. Fuck.
I mean, that's still +7.
You've done better. I mean, it's not bad. It's kind of
I toss it in the
recognizable.
fire. I toss it in the fire and I start over.
Okay.
While Nyx is doing his searching,
Mhm.
is the little boy watching us as we go about, as we do stuff, or is he just kind of paying attention to his mom?
A little bit. Like he's, like whenever you're kind of in direct line, he sort of is curious about you. You actually get the feeling that you are by far the most exotic group that he has ever laid eyes on. Like even Campon, the town that you previously traveled through, there were like a couple of halflings here and there, but no half elves, certainly no tabaxi or anything like that. So he's actually a little bit kind of openly curious about you and your sister. And yes, he does appear to be watching you as you move around whenever you're in direct line.
Yeah, as I start to move into this bedroom area, I'm actually gonna like nod my head in motion for him to come join me.
He sort of looks up at his mom, who kind of just like, yeah, go on. And he kind of wanders over a little bit, kind of just like, it seems almost lost in his father's large cloak. I'm just like, afternoon, sir.
Hey, I got a good look at you earlier, and you seem like you're a pretty perceptive young man. Now, and he'll start pointing out to the room.
Hmm.
Tell me what you see.
I mean, it looks like they slept here, I guess. There's bedrolls, and there's a couple of chests. There's, I don't know what that is, but it's pretty nasty.
Nyx will walk over to one of the bedrolls and go, okay, when you want to hide something that's yours or just for yourself, you like to keep it somewhere where you know where it's going to be, right?
He kind of goes, I put it in the thatch above my bedroom.
Right. Well, let's look at this room. I don't see any thatch, but if you were going to hide something, where would you hide it? I will, because I'm probably a little better at this than him. I will
Yes.
kind of nudge him in direction of like under the bedrolls,
Yeah.
like, and I just want to I'm distracting him, but also
Yeah.
getting him to help me.
No, okay, yeah, like he actually seems to be kind of glad for the distraction, and like, as children do, kind of seems to just throw himself into the task set before him by these, you are very much right now his heroes. And so he is more than happy to kind of follow your lead. And he actually seems, as the time passes, to get a little bit into it and kind of excited as he finds a few little coins hidden between some of the sheets and things like that. And you kind of show him, oh, and this is how you bust the lock on one of these things when you're opening up the chest
Yeah.
and things like that. It's like, oh, cool.
And anybody, because he won't be hiding this, but probably Uther and Calcifer definitely. Nyx is not bad with kids. He's actually really good at this. And he seems to know enough to keep the kid's attention and to keep him distracted. And he actually seems interested. Like, he's not. Part of it is to keep him distracted, but he's actually. Like, the things that he's imparting to him, the lockpicking, the searching, those are things the kid can use in life later. And you actually watch him, like. It's a different side to Nyx than y'all have seen.
Aelin just gives kids like daggers and shit. You actually teach them how to be rogues.
The night is young, and I have a whole lot of daggers.
Yeah, so over the next couple of hours, Maori, you continue building with that 15 that you rolled on your handle animal. Because it was already of a somewhat friendly disposition to you, it is very far from tame by any stretch of the imagination, but it has stopped kind of snarling or snapping at you, and seems to be quite content to allow you to be in its space, and vice versa. Especially kind of as you kind of offer it more and more meat, it just kind of seems to warm up to you more and more as time passes. In the meantime, Lorium, as I said, has gone off to fetch the horses and comes back in good time, while Uther and Midnight continue the search, with Hamish following eagerly along, more and more eagerly as time passes. So, as you search the area, as I said, this area is indeed what looks to be some kind of living quarters. There is a chest which looks to have been some kind of communal footlocker, essentially. It's got some spare linens, a few sets of clothes, and things like that. The pup is male. And like again, a series of bedrolls laid out. And I'll go over everything you find in all of these locations at the end. Once I finish summarizing like what all the different kind of locations that you find are. Out here looks to be just kind of a general stockpile of a great deal of just general kind of what at first glance is just basically a pile of like crates and barrels and chests and the like. Along with kind of bolts of cloth and things like that. And then inside there are a few finer bolts of cloth and a small rack of it looks to be where they would be storing their weapons. There are a couple of crossbows that are laid there along with a sheaf of bolts. And then in the back of this wagon, it looks to be mostly more of the same. Inside the barrels and everything, a lot of it is just basic. You assume that at least a portion of this are the supplies that the woman described having purchased from Campon for use in her father's store. Just kind of nails, tools, other sundries, and things like that. Cheese, flour, some like linked ropes of black pudding and sausages and things like that. Long traveling, long keeping foodstuffs. You'd estimate there's probably maybe 100 gold pieces worth of all of that kind of stuff. However, particularly in the back of the cart, you do also find a number of the barrels are full of what appears to be a beer, quite a fine beer from the smell and taste of it. And then several of the crates, as you as you shift them, you hear the sound of clinking glass inside, and you open them up and find 45 bottles of what from the labels are Brayburn cider and Dancing Lady Reserve wine. From the looks of them, fairly good stuff. You'd expect to pay, a few gold per bottle, depending on where exactly you procured them. There's also, as I mentioned, silks, fabrics, and an assortment of clothes and things like that in another box. Most of it seems to be for women of kind of human or humanoid proportions. And there's quite a lot of that, and a lot of the material is fairly fine. As I said, there's a few bolts of just what looks to be kind of spun silk that you would imagine would be given to a tailor or something like that for the producing of garments and the like.
Yeah, I'm thinking that.
With your kind of, abilities and knowledge of these kinds of things, you'd estimate there's probably around about 50 gold pieces of just raw bolts. Is actually about 10 bolts. So like if Calcifer wants to take it, he's gonna need you're gonna need to sling this on your horse, because this is a lot of fabric that we're talking about here. And then 3 or 4 large chests of kind of assorted women's clothing and shoes and the like.
Could I surmise that these are either their family's things or the supplies that were meant for the store?
No, actually, this doesn't look like the kind of it certainly doesn't look like the clothing that the woman is wearing. It looks like entertainer's clothing. You would expect to see this on on somebody that might be performing on a stage or something like that, judging from the look and the feel of it.
As we're looking at this pile of women's clothing, Nyx will kind of give a look to Uther and say, "This is some interesting garb for a bunch of bandits."
Well, there is also in the in this space down here, you do also find what would look to be the bandits' clothing, which is distinctly rattier by comparison. The stuff that you found in this, in their cache, if you like, all appears new.
Yeah.
Yeah. However, that is only the generality of what you find. Because you are taking your time and giving it such a thorough search, as you examine these crates closer and closer and in greater detail, you find at the bottom of one, beneath a bale of fabric, a small wooden box of finer make than the crate in which it sat, which, when you open it, appears to be full of a variety of jars and bags. Give me a knowledge nature check, please. As you see what look to be a lot of powders and roots and dried herbs and the like.
On!
You can use your manual to give yourself advantage on this.
Yeah, please.
So,
yeah.
yeah, so Uther, you would actually see once he finds this box and pulls it out, he actually pulls out a small book and begins kind of using it as almost a reference as you look through these plants. And where is it? Here we go. And with that check, a total of 23, you see that all of the everything in this box is some kind of plant extract or dried herb or root or processed root or something like that. All of them have alchemical or healing properties. However, many of them are of a more controlled variety, and in addition to their more common alchemical properties, also have narcotic or euphoric effects when used and mixed and prepared in the correct ways.
Would I hide that? No. Uther, as he's comparing and checking his notes and figuring out what they do, a smirk will appear on his face.
You found something interesting then.
Yeah. The thing I like about plants is, there's the thing that everyone knows they do, but sometimes if you combine them with other plants in the right way, they can have effects that weren't always intended.
In addition to this, can you roll me a d4, please? You find 6 nestled in actually the bottom of this chest that the bandits had as a kind of a shared storage space that were apparent a total of 6 vials filled with a red liquid. That at this point you are all experienced enough in the, or at least most of you, including Midnight, are experienced enough with the, seedier aspects of the adventuring lifestyle that you recognize these, or they certainly look like potions of healing. And couple more things. You also find a what looks to be kind of like the Mockingjay symbol that What's-Her-Face wears in the Hunger Games, that where it's kind of like a circle with a silhouette image inside it, all in kind of a brassy metal. You find a similar one where there is an outer ring of a brassy metal with a silhouette of a feather inside it. Evidently it's something that looks like it's to be pinned to a cloak or the front of a tunic or something, but the outside ring is carved with very intricate and strange runes that you don't recognize.
I will, once I get back from gathering stuff, I'll take that to Calcifer.
Okay. You, in addition, find 37... that should be 137 gold. Among in like just various coinages hidden away on the bandits themselves, in their beds and things like that. 46 silver and 29 copper.
How much copper?
29. And just when you think you are done, you notice something. Call Hamish over to you and say, "See here, boy. Do you notice how this stone isn't quite flush with the rest? And look here. You can see where it's been moved. There's scrapes in the stonework. And pulling it free, you see a small round hole in the flat face of a container beyond it, which, looking down at the ring of keys that you examined earlier, because you are so familiar with that ring of keys, you reckon that this would be a suitable receptacle for the strange long rod that was affixed to that keychain. Grow up.
I'm sorry.
And
I'll look at Hamish and like, ready? And then I'll put the rod into the hole.
you insert your rod and twist it gently, and there is a click, and then you feel the panel in front of you kind of come loose a little bit and pull it and pull what actually turns out to be a large chest from this kind of hidden cubby that had been worked into the stonework. And as you pull it free, it's incredibly heavy. You actually have to get Uther to help you kind of drag it out onto the stonework. And you open it up to find it full of gleaming new weaponry. A treasure trove of 15 short swords and shields, 15 daggers, 10 short bows with a number of large sheafs of arrows. You estimate about 200 arrows. And I'll paste all of this into the chat so you don't have to individually
Thank you.
Mark all of this down. And about 15 what look to be large animal hides that have very clearly already been treated by a tanner. They are this thick, tough animal leather. as well as in a small box within this larger container, a strong box that when you open it, you find, you would estimate after a few brief moments counting it out, probably about 570 gold pieces worth of assorted coinage. And as you and Uther are doing this together, I would like both of you to make history checks. Uther, though, you are going to be at a disadvantage on this one.
Say that for me one more time. My thing cut out.
No worries. Please make a history check at disadvantage as you are helping Midnight kind of sort through this box of coin that you have found.
Oh, I hope you're better at history than I am.
It's almost like you know somebody who might be able to help if you just get her attention.
Oh, it's almost like I'm too stubborn to call on that same somebody.
Yeah, it's a big bundle of coin.
I guess it's probably a good thing that Uther isn't so stubborn.
No, Nyx will sigh. Naira.
Yes?
I need your help.
I'm trying to tempt the dire wolf to follow me, but as soon as he says I need your help, I just perk right up. And I'm sorry, could you say that one more time?
You heard me.
Where are you?
It is
on the
actually
map,
it is actually in this little room that was outside. It was actually a loose panel in the floor that you kind of put the stone that you pulled up to reveal this hidden cache. And yeah, so you called her over because you realized as you looked at it that you did not recognize actually most of the coin in this little cache that you have found. It's all clear, like it's clearly kind of made of gold and silver. You can kind of tell by the weight and the heft of it that it seems genuine. But a lot of the markings on it and everything like that, they're just very bizarre. You, Naira, looking at it now that you've been called over, if you can also give me a history check, please. 14 is actually enough. Looking at this coinage, you recognize a lot of the, in fact, you very instantly recognize the markings and a lot of the kind of just general writing and things like that on it, and even some of the faces. These coins are from a very bizarrely wide array of dates and places. Like most of the coinage is actually high imperial, so like you would estimate over 100 years old in many cases, at least 70 years old for the majority of it. A lot of these coins are coins that would have been used day to day before the fall of the empire. But generally have not been seen, as each individual country has tried, and its governor has tried to kind of create their own unique identity. Most of these coins have been melted down and reforged, so it's quite bizarre to find such a large amount of them in one place at one time.
Do they have any collector value?
Not exactly, because they're not rare, because like they wear the common coinage of the continent spanning empire, so anybody that wants to collect them can get their hands on them, but they are certainly true struck gold.
I will relate this, all very excited about it, just like, oh my goodness, and this one is from, and name a region and time and place, and I'm just like, you hit the jackpot, this is fascinating. I mean, I don't know if we'd be able to get sort of an even exchange, because, well, obviously these are stamped with no longer relevant currency markings, but it's still very exciting. And I will probably actually be specifically telling Uther all about them. I'll be just like, oh, look at this one. And you can tell this one is...
And he would be doing, oh, you said that one failed 3,000 years ago? Incredible.
I know. I can't believe... I've never seen one like...
None of them are actually, like, quite that old, but certainly, like, 150, 250 years old.
This one is 304 years old. Can you even imagine?
Wow, 304. Can't even imagine.
And by the way, the rest of you now, having had a chance to kind of collect yourself and interact with each other, the rest of you now will have also been made yourself aware of Uther's small transformation post-fight.
And it's just that he looks like slightly more youthful.
Yeah, like you said, kind of some of the lines on his face, chiseled as it was, have smoothed out a little bit. Some of the salt from his hair seems to have faded, things like that.
I can't even imagine what we're going to do with all this stuff.
I love how nobody's saying anything about this.
I know, right?
I know, it made me smile. I would just say, well, I think we could probably load up one of the carts tomorrow.
Oh, one other thing actually I forgot to mention. Because you were so careful and took 20, and you do have a proficiency in survival, during your search, you also found the tracks of what looks to be several horses that had been led away to the north east, and I assume you investigate a little bit further. You find about 100 yards, a few hundred feet from the outpost itself, in a small clearing beside the creek itself. You find 4 horses that have been kind of put on long, loose reins that they can kind of walk around and graze a little bit, but can't run off.
Haha. I will notify everybody of the extra horses.
Excellent. Now we just need a long rest and it'll be easy getting into town tomorrow morning. And we'll have wagon full of goods and perhaps a horse or to sell. Or maybe just kind of glance towards the other room with the family. Maybe not to sell. We might have something better to do with them.
Naira has her hands on her hips and is looking just a little distressed, and she was like, I thought 100 gold pieces was going to be plenty generous, but now I'm thinking, obviously we will all get an even share of the whatever loot we find on the way, I suppose. Sorry I couldn't offer more.
You've offered more than enough, I would say, as I draw from the seat. Have I finished my drawing by now?
Yeah, go ahead and give me another check for this one. You've spent the 2 hours that the rest were being productive, working on your next drawing, so give me another performance check.
17.
Okay, yeah, this one's pretty good. You're pretty happy with how this one turned out. And was this a redoing of the night, or were you drawing the woman and her son in their moment of rescue?
This one's a drawing of the night. Although the drawing of the woman and the son are little sketches. They don't have as much detail or shading or
Yeah, so you're able to produce a rather dashing portrait of your tabaxi friend here, in his attitude as a knight, clad in steel with sword held aloft atop his mighty steed.
Am I able to also finish the sketches?
Yeah, it's been 2 hours, so yeah, I'd say so.
I hand them to the woman and the boy and say, to commemorate tonight's event of ending your freedom. And I just give one to the boy and one to the woman. And then I go find Nyx and I tap him on the shoulder with it and I just give it to him.
Nyx will look at it and take it in. Do you want to know what my reaction is?
Yeah.
Can I have him roll insight?
Sure. Yeah.
I don't even know. Oh, 18.
I'm not even gonna fight that. Just for a second, you see a flash of sadness on Nyx's face, a look of regret and shame, and then he pops right back into that jovial spirit you know him for, and well, this is absolutely spectacular.
I assume that I don't see that flash of sadness.
Nah, you don't.
Because you are familiar with him, I'm going to say go ahead and roll with advantage.
Damn it.
Oh.
But do I see that flash of sadness as Lorium comes out of a stasis? Nope.
15.
No, I'm going to say that Calcifer set the DC with his 18. If that's what got it, that's what got it.
That's fair. And I will just be like, that is remarkable technique, Calcifer. I didn't think that you had trained.
I haven't really. It's raw talent.
Oh.
Unrefined.
Wow. That's really remarkable.
Lorium peer over the shoulder, like. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I look at Naira and I say, we all have our gifts, Naira. You have yours. You've certainly proven it so.
Yes, I thought that was one of my gifts too, but I really have to practice at it.
Perhaps we could practice together.
And she'll step over here and she'll try to call to the wolf that she's been trying to name.
Seeing that hint of sadness, I look at Nyx in the eyes and I say, I merely captured an aspect of your essence. It wouldn't be on my page if it couldn't be true, even in the slightest of degrees.
I don't know, that armor looks kind of heavy for him. Could you even hold that set of armor on yourself?
Of course it's too heavy, dear. It's an exaggeration of reality, a reflection reflected many times over.
Nyx will say, I don't know, maybe I could, and he'll just like walk over to Lorium and like try to move his arm and just not.
Here, I got a test for it. Catch me, and it'll just fall.
Oh god, can I roll a dexterity check to get out of the fucking way so I don't die?
Okay, yeah, no, if you wanted to catch him, that would be strength, but yeah, give me a dex save.
Just have you know, he's 240 pounds and then also wearing heavy armor.
I mean, like, I'm stuck because, like, I don't want to get crushed, but also crush me, Daddy? Oh, I don't know. No, I get the fuck out.
Yeah.
You just hit the ground.
And you take...
Hold
4
on, I
points
got
of
this.
damage.
Hold on, I got this. Hold on, I got this. As he just catches himself with the one hand.
Okay, yeah. You feel yourself kind of tipping past the point where he could possibly catch you, and are just able to sort of twist, and your muscles bulge under your arm, where you catch yourself sort of one-handed push-up pose.
While the menfolk are being weird, I'm gonna approach them and say, I'm sorry, has anybody gotten you any food yet?
Well, no, we're quite all right with what you brought over earlier. Sorry, I slipped into Southern there.
I can't imagine why.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Thank you. thank you kindly.
Okay. Well, if you need anything, just let me know. We want to make sure that you are comfortable. And I will look at the boy and I will say, "Are you hungry?"
Yes, miss. Some more food would be great. They didn't feed us much.
Well, if you give me just 10 minutes, I can make sure that you are fully attended to. And I will sort of step away over here and start ritual casting my unseen servant.
Okay, the kid Hamish, as you have heard him named, you kind of like, as he hears you starting to sort of chant and gesture, he's like, with undisguised curiosity, is just like,
If I can communicate during this, I'll sort of gesture that he should come over and watch. It's really interesting.
and yeah, he's just like, he kind of looks over to his mum for permission. She's like, I don't fucking know. Yeah, go. She is out of her depth. And he like wanders over. He's kind of doing that thing where he's sort of kind of holding onto the door, the door jambs, sort of just watching you, his eyes like saucers.
By the way, Calcifer paints with watercolors, so whatever drawing you get from him is going to be like a stained glass painting, but less geometric, onto the page. And now I'm gonna sit at the table. I'm gonna start drawing Larium, and I'm gonna draw him surrounded by a sea of wolves gnawing at him. And with his mask on, the one eye you can see glowing with purple flames. And I don't know if you've seen King Kong, how he grabs the wolf, the T-Rex from one jaw to the other jaw and he rips it apart.
Oh yeah.
That's what I start painting next.
Okay. That's gonna be the Nat 1 watch.
And then I'm going to be what's her face in a Marilyn Monroe outfit, just in the back corner, just like the damsel in distress.
Okay, I mean that's a very complicated image, so that's going to take you like the rest of the night to
cool.
to put together. So yeah, that's going to be your evening now. And you can roll me another performance for that, and we'll just kind of take that as done tomorrow morning.
I'm not happy with it. I'm gonna toss it halfway through.
Okay. And in the meantime, the rest of you, you've gathered together the most valuable finds, moved the bodies away from the area where you have decided to spend the night in this in the fortress that formerly housed your enemies, and as you kind of finish with your tasks and begin dining on the meal prepared by your erstwhile foes, Naira's unseen servant beginning to aid you with setting up your mess and preparing for the evening, we will end the session there. Great job, everybody.
Yeah. I will say, anybody who notices anytime the unseen servant gets near Nyx, his ears go flat.
I feel like he's afraid of ghosts.
Story.
He can just feel it there.
But cool. Okay, awesome job, guys. You once again absolutely curb stomped what was supposed to be a fairly difficult encounter.
Sorry for killing all your wolves.
I was trying to go after the Houndmaster.
What was that, Naira?
Nothing. I said something and then I realized I was going to get us killed, so I decided I didn't say a thing.
Cool. So yeah, I will double check this recording.
Did I get the wolf to recognize the name Valco?
Give me one more handle animal check. Without advantage this time. It has a friendly disposition toward you in particular and is no longer hostile to the rest of the group, but that's kind of actually forming a specific bond with it, so go ahead and give me another roll there.
Not gonna
Anybody
lie,
want to
Lori.
give me inspiration? Anybody want to give me inspiration?
One of you could
I have
technically
no way
assist
of
her with
doing
it.
so.
If I saw you doing it and starting to like try and mess with the dog, I would just snap an inspiration over and be like, "Yeah, you've got this.
You got
It
this.
already
Hell yeah.
likes you."
Oh! Thank you so much.
When it works. Nice.
Yeah, okay. It is now Valco.
Yay!
Not gonna lie, Lorium, seeing you like interact with the pup probably feels pretty bad about just murdering its parents, I guess.
We don't know that for sure.
So cool, guys. We will end it there for the night. We will pick things up tomorrow, or not tomorrow, next
No.
week. Yeah, we will pick things up next week with tomorrow in game, as you spend the night in the Smuggler's Haunt, and in the morrow you will load up and push on to Aldwell.
Yay!
Yay!
Congratulations on the rescue of Kindle and Hamish, and your defeat of the Beastmaster and his smuggling compatriots.
By the way, I am sorry. My AC was 13 all along. I had just added the +3 from when I had mage armor, and I forgot to take it off.
Ah, okay. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
you'd have taken... So yeah, you would have taken a... well, let's say... a modicum of damage, but you would have been able to heal that back up, and we are just about to go into a long rest anyway, so we'll say that, you know, your shirt has been ruined, but otherwise you are mostly intact.
I'll make use of the silks.
There we go. We'll see how that goes in our next session. Congratulations, everybody, once again. At this point, I will say you are about halfway to level 4.
Woo!
Yay!
Thank you so much. Good time. Lots of laughs.
Level 4. That's a feat, baby. Let's go.
That's gonna be
Right?
Yeah. Well, for some
I don't get one.
Yeah,
I
for
don't
those
get
who
one.
haven't multi-classed.
Oh,
I'm really
I'm
sad
so
about
sorry.
it because I really want the crossbow expert.
But cool. Okay. Good job, everybody.
Oh.
We will
Tonight
see
was
you
fun.
tomorrow.
I feel like I got a better feel for everybody's character too.
Yeah, me too.
Read.
I mean, all I did was kill shit.
I feel like that's your
With
character.
personality. Yeah. You kill shit with personality. That was great.
Cool. Awesome session, everyone. Glad you had a good time. And yeah, I will like double check the
See you
recording and
tomorrow.
everything tomorrow. And yeah, I will let you know
And now
when
everything-
we're able to upload it.
Everything is going to get dire tomorrow.